Will the House come to order? Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Alcos, Ms. Amato, Ms. Bellotti, Mr. Chun, Ms. Cochran,
Excused.
Mr. Evslin, Mr. Garcia, Mr. Garrett, Ms. Grandinetti, Mr. Hashem, Mr. Holt, Mr. Hussey, Ms. Ichiyama, Mr. Ilagan, Ms. Iwamoto, Ms. Kahaloa, Ms. Capella, Ms. Kohokapu Liloy, Mr. Kila, Ms. Kitagawa, Mr. Kong, Mr. Kush, Ms. Lachika, Ms. Lamosao, Mr. Lee, Ms. Lowen, Ms. Martin, Mr. Matayoshi, Ms. Matsumoto, Mr. Miyake, Ms. Morikawa, Mr. Muraoka,
Excused. Oh, excuse me. He's here. Sorry about that.
Mr. Olds, Ms. Peruso, Mr. Pirrick, Ms. Poepoe, Mr. Quinlan, Ms. Reyes Oda, Mr. Sayama, Mr. Shimizu, Ms. Souza, Mr. Takeyama, Ms. Takenouchi, Mr. Tam, Mr. Tarnas, Ms. Templo, Mr. Todd, Mr. Woodson, Mr. Yamashita. Madam Speaker.
Here.
Madam Speaker, 49 members are present, 1 is excused.
Item number 2, reading of the journal. Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, may this matter be deferred.
So ordered. Item number 3, messages from the governor. Mr. Clerk, are there any messages from the governor?
Madam Speaker, there are none.
Item number 4, Senate communications. Mr. Clerk, are there any Senate communications?
Yes, Madam Speaker, if you and the members will turn your attention to the addendum to today's order of the day. We are in receipt of communications returning the noted House concurrent resolution having been adopted in the Senate. We are in further receipt of a communication informing the House that the Senate has passed the noted Senate bills on final reading. We are in further receipt of a communication informing the House that the Senate has reconsidered action in disagreeing to amendments proposed by the House and has moved to agree to the noted Senate bill. We are in further receipt of a communication informing the House that the Senate has adopted the noted Senate concurrent resolution. Finally, we are in receipt of communications informing the House that the Senate has made changes to conferees to the noted House and Senate bills.
Next item, members, are there any introductions? Representative Quinlan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the gallery today, I spy a former colleague and Diet Coke aficionado, Director of Human Services Ryan Yamane. Sitting next to him is our ever-cheerful and fatally optimistic Director of BNF, Louis Salaveria. Welcome to your House of Representatives.
Representative Reyes Oda.
Thank you, Speaker. And in the gallery, I see today someone who used to work with us and has worked in the building since 2012 as the Administrative Services Manager for the Clerk's Office, who's been here, I think this would have been his 16th year, and I spy him on that side. That's Ross Miyasato. Hey, Ross, welcome to the House of Representatives.
Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I see a lot of black shirts up there, and I just wanted to welcome and acknowledge the 2A community up there. Would you please stand? Welcome to your House of Representatives.
Okay. Representative Templo.
Thank you, Speaker. In the gallery today, I am proud to welcome my dear friend and mentor. Her name is Dr. Sharon Beasley T. Please stand. She's on that far right corner with the hat. She is retired. She served the Georgia General Assembly as the House of Representatives for 28 years, and she's also a machinist with the International Association of Machinists, and she was there for 30 years. She's very passionate about taking care of people, and I'm just glad that she's in my life and she's here today to support us. So, Ms. Sharon Beasley, welcome to your House of Representatives.
Representative Peruso.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy to welcome Henry Curtis and Kat Brady, two fearless and very consistent advocates. If you could please stand and be recognized, and welcome to your House of Representatives.
Representative Alcos.
Aloha, Speaker. Thank you. In the gallery today, we have Nelson, Chris, Fred, and could you guys please stand? And welcome to the House of Representatives.
Representative Holt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today in the gallery, we have some of our friends, strong support of labor. We have 4 of our union friends, Cody Sula, Kika Bukowski, Mike Pacheco, and Emmanuel Ziba Kalam. Welcome to your House of Representatives.
Okay, if there are no further introductions, I'd like to call a recess, subject to the call of the chair. Will the House come to order? Members, we will first take up a few measures out of order. Please turn to page 36 and refer to CCR number 98. Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules of the House in order to consider certain House and Senate bills for final reading by consent calendar.
Representative Garcia.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed say no. The motion is carried. Representative Todd.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt Conference Committee Report number 98 as listed on page 36 and that the accompanying Senate bill as amended pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Representative Kila.
Madam Speaker, I have a floor amendment to offer.
Mr. Clerk, have copies of the floor amendment been distributed to the members?
Yes, Madam Speaker, copies of floor amendment number 4 have been distributed.
Representative Kila.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt the floor amendment.
Representative Grandinetti.
I second the motion.
Any discussion on the proposed floor amendment?
Madam Speaker, in support.
Please proceed.
The floor amendment being offered today allows us to make sure we are passing non-conflicting statute and language. That's what we're doing.
Any further discussion? Okay, members, we are going to take a voice vote. Say aye if you are in favor of the floor amendment. Vote no if you are opposed to the floor amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The floor amendment has been adopted. Members, please note the 48-hour notice for this measure. Please turn to page 46 and refer to CCR number 198. Representative Todd.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt Conference Committee Report number 198 as listed on page 46 and that the accompanying Senate bill as amended pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Representative Takayama.
Madam Speaker, I have a floor amendment to offer.
Mr. Clerk, have copies of the floor amendment been distributed to the members?
Yes, Madam Speaker, copies of floor amendment number 5 have been distributed.
Representative Takayama.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt the floor amendment.
Representative Keokapu Liloy.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Representative Takayama.
Madam Speaker, in support.
Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, the reason for the floor amendment is that it clarifies that the money contained in the proposal in the proposed state budget to fund this program goes into a special fund for that purpose rather than from the general fund. Thank you.
Members, any further discussion? Members, we are going to take a voice vote. Vote aye if you are in favor of the floor amendment. Vote no if you are opposed to the floor amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The floor amendment has been adopted. Members, please note the 48-hour notice for this measure. Please refer to CCR number 199. Representative Todd.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt Conference Committee Report number 199 as listed on page 46 and that the accompanying House bill as amended pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Representative Sayama.
Madam Speaker, I have a floor amendment to offer.
Mr. Clerk, have copies of the floor amendment been distributed to the members?
Yes, Madam Speaker, copies of floor amendment number 6 have been distributed.
Representative Sayama.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt the floor amendment.
Representative Lee.
I second the motion, Madam Speaker.
Any discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Representative Sayama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support.
Please proceed.
Yes, this floor amendment would clarify that the appropriations contained in this bill would exceed the expenditure ceiling by 2%. Again, the appropriations of this bill is to pay for the hazard pay for the bargaining units listed.
Any further discussion? Members, we are going to take a voice vote. Vote aye if you are in favor of the floor amendment. Vote no if you are opposed to the floor amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The floor amendment has been adopted. Members, please note the 48-hour notice for this measure. Now please turn to page 52 and refer to CCR number 233. Representative Todd.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt Conference Committee Report number 233 as listed on page 52, and that the accompanying House bill, as amended, pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Representative Tarnas.
Madam Speaker, I have a floor amendment to offer.
Mr. Clerk, have copies of the floor amendment been distributed to the members?
Yes, Madam Speaker, copies of floor amendment number 7 have been distributed.
Representative Tarnas.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt the floor amendment.
Representative Poipoi.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Representative Tarnas.
In support.
Please proceed.
Thank you. This floor amendment is to make it clear in this measure that companies who have a current explosives license issued by the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives are exempt from the prohibition for shipping aerial devices, articles pyrotechnic, and other display fireworks via air delivery. That way, these companies are able to bring in these aerial fireworks and other fireworks for special events like concerts by air delivery, because these are done just in time. So I urge members to support this floor amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Members, we are going to take a voice vote. Vote aye if you are in favor of the floor amendment. Vote no if you are opposed to the floor amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The floor amendment has been adopted. Members, please note the 48-hour notice for this measure. Members, please turn to page 1. We will be taking up the state executive budget. Representative Todd.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt Conference Committee Report number 45 as listed on page 1, and that House Bill number 300, HD1, SD1, CD1, as amended, pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion on this item? Representative Yamashita.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of House Bill 300, HD1, SD1, CD1.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to reiterate what I said when we passed the House Draft 1, that I really do appreciate all the support from you, Madam Speaker, and your leadership team as we move forward through this budget and your input through that. The chairs, I'd also like to thank all of you for all of your input through the process, and this is a critical part of putting together this budget. The Finance Committee members put in a lot of long hours, and we do appreciate, and they did input as we went through this process and finally finishing it up, led by our vice chair, who put in yeoman hours, and we were up till, 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning sometimes. And we worked on Easter Sunday to try and get the budget out in a timely manner. And I think we did okay. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Also, our CIP chair, who I've done it before, like I've said before, and I know what it takes, and it's a lot of work and a lot of time. So I really appreciate everything she did on that budget, as well as our GIA chair, who has done, this is his first time, but I think he did a great job for us. So everybody should thank all these people. The finance staff, who is not in the audience today, but I'd like to thank them for all their long hours that they put into putting this budget together. There's a lot of detail that goes into this work, so a big thanks to them, as well as the WAM chair. He and I have been doing, this is the 3rd year we have done it together, and I can say that our relationship is growing, and we are moving a little quicker, and have a better understanding of what both of us want to do to improve the state. So I want to thank you very much, as well as his staff, And of course, to thank also the administration, the governor and his administration. I was going to say that were two directors this time. Last time we only had one, but they left, so I won't be able to say that. But we'd like to thank the administration for their input also, as well as the community. Everybody gave us input as to the support of this budget. So with that, just a few weeks ago, speaking on HD1, I noted that 2025 session began with uncertainty and continues to show signs of major headwinds and challenges, and that this picture will become clearer after the Council on Revenue meets. Unfortunately, that's not the case today. Uncertainty remains. The challenge and headwinds have grown. This is why the conference draft of the state budget before you dedicates funds for core services, safety net programs, reserves a healthy carryover balance to shore potential fiscal shortfalls in the upcoming months. The budget process was a thoughtful and deliberate effort that incorporated valuable input from the members and the broader community. Our focus throughout has been on doing what is best for the state. We remain committed to ensure core services are uninterrupted while addressing critical community needs, including agriculture, housing, natural resources, transportation, public safety, and economic development. Tens of millions of dollars have already been restricted or cut from federal grants. These grants support local businesses, provide nonprofits with the ability to deliver valuable services to those most in need, enhance government services for the safety net programs throughout the state. The federal government has frozen or terminated about $30 million in grants to government that affects programs and research. Here are just a few of the grants: invasive species, climate crisis, advanced technology and training in agriculture and food systems, energy resilience, environmental justice, Medicaid options for the state.
Representative Tarnas.
May I yield my time?
Thank you very
So
much.
ordered.
Thank you. Medicaid options for states, Alzheimer's and dementia prevention and reversal, preservation of Native Hawaiian culture and oral history. We have heard from several agencies that critical services are at risk and may be on the chopping block. Additionally, a reduction in force is in a danger that we cannot afford to implement again. Money remaining in the LM balance can be prioritized as we get more definitive action and information from our federal partners from our congressional delegation. We provided $50 million in SB 933 to assist organizations providing core services across our state. The budget provides support for numerous core programs and for the critical well-being of the people of Hawaii. With this preparation, we simply do not have all the resources necessary to provide all things to all people. This budget puts us in position to make informed decisions as we head into the interim. Our work is just beginning, Madam Speaker. I ask for everyone's support on this budget. I think it is a well thought out budget, and I ask my colleagues on the Finance Committee to also give highlights into everything going forward. And Madam Speaker, may I also insert additional written comments?
So ordered.
Okay, thank you very much, and I yield to the Vice Chair.
Representative Takeno Uchi.
Thank you, Speaker. In strong support.
Please proceed.
To start, I would just like to thank you really quickly and your leadership team for this really monumental opportunity, letting me Vice Chair alongside Chair Yamashi, or along with the Finance Chair this year. It was not lost on me, and I appreciate the trust of you and the body to do this so early in my career. And thank you again to the Finance Chair for really opening up a lot of learning opportunities for me, and looking forward to another year. alongside. This budget, Madam Speaker, makes investments to protect Hawaii's families and our keiki. It strengthens the judicial system by enhancing public safety, improving correctional oversight, and ensuring support for families and children. It also focuses on education through expanded access to our public libraries and early learning opportunities that give our youngest keiki a strong start to success. Through the Department of the Attorney General, we invested $590,952 and 4 positions to the Sex Offender Registry Program to keep the program up to date and bringing accurate, timely information available to the public. We have $4 million for litigation expenses to cover work that our Attorney General is doing, including expert witnesses, outside counsel, trial costs, filing fees, discovery expenses, and all the materials and supplies that go along with promoting their work. $468,308 and 2 positions for the Hawaii Correctional System Oversight Commission to ensure the state's prisons and jails remain transparent and we operate safe, humane prisons focused on rehabilitation. And there's $6.2 million for child support enforcement services for the well-being of children and to offer financial and medical support for the health and stability of their families. In our public library system, there's $868,000 for temporary locations for the Wahiawa, Pearl City, and Makawa libraries to ensure we continue access to library materials while much-needed refreshers are made to these popular locations, and $750,000 to update their automated material handling system to speed up the labor-intensive process of sorting return books and getting them back on the shelves for patrons to enjoy. Lastly, in the Department of Education, through the Executive Office on Early Learning, there's $13,264,299 and 108 positions for public pre-kindergarten expansion to continue the state's progress, ensuring that our keiki are getting the early help and support they need in their education and best prepare them for their future. So in strong support, and now I'd like to yield to the Finance Grant and Aid Chair, the representative from District 28.
Representative Holt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In strong support.
Please proceed.
I rise today in strong support of this budget, which makes critical investments to strengthen Hawaii's health and human services. This budget reflects our deep commitment to ensuring that Hawaii's most vulnerable residents have consistent access to care, support, and resources they need. It also prioritizes our keiki, tackling the serious challenges they face within the welfare and protected services systems. Under the Department of Health, Community Health, this budget allocates over $248 million to the Hawaii Health Systems Corporation, ensuring that essential healthcare services remain available for residents of Hawaii and Kauai Islands. These funds will support hospitals and clinics that serve as lifelines for rural communities, especially where private healthcare options are scarce or non-existent. We're also investing $3.7 million and 21 new positions to support certification of community behavioral health clinics across Oahu, Maui, Hawaii, and Kauai. These certifications will unlock enhanced Medicare reimbursements through value-based care models, improving the quality of care while managing service value. Turning to the Department of Human Services, this budget makes a transformative $7 million investment to the High Thrive system, a comprehensive upgrade to our child welfare information infrastructure. With improved technology and user-friendliness, this system will help caseworkers better track progress and deliver timely interventions for Hawaii's most at-risk youth. We're also addressing the workforce crisis in child protective services with a $6 million allocation for salary differentiation, recognizing the critical role and high demands placed where these workers who protect our keiki daily. Furthermore, $28 million is provided for in-home and community-based services, which will empower kupuna and individuals with disabilities to live independently with dignity. And with $2 million dedicated to our youth mental health, we are responding to the alarming rise in anxiety, depression, and trauma among our youth, ensuring they receive support before crises escalate. To modernize our operations, $4 million will go towards IT upgrades, keeping our systems current and equitable for all residents. And finally, we commit $12.9 million to disaster case management project to continue recovery efforts from the Maui wildfires. This funding will help coordinate emergency response, case management, and ensure that affected residents are not left behind during this long road to recovery. Madam Speaker, this budget is not just a financial document, it's a reflection of our values. It's a promise to care for our kupuna, to protect our keiki, and uplift our communities in time of need. I'm proud to support this budget and yield the floor to the representative from District 2.
Representative Ke'okapu Liloi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In strong support.
Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, this area of the budget addresses urgent healthcare access needs, especially in rural areas, and invests in programs that saves lives and strengthens community health. It also focuses on improving emergency response and expanding healthcare education in underserved communities. This budget commits a little more than $1.2 million and 2 positions to reestablish the state oral health program to address dental health disparities for Hawaii's keiki. The program will provide third graders basic oral health screening, surveillance, and a community-based school dental sealant program for high priority DOE school complex areas. This budget also commits $7.6 million for collective bargaining for contracted services for 911 emergency ground ambulance and 911 emergency aeromedic ambulance services for the county of Maui. This fund ensures that Maui's communities continue to have access to reliable emergency medical services. I'm also excited to report that this budget commits $3.5 million for ambulance services for North Kona, where access to primary health care services can be as much as 30 miles away. Funding for an additional ambulance will improve response time to 911 calls in an area increasingly likelihood of successful outcomes for the community. We also have $3.2 million to support continued operations of a second medic station and ambulance on Molokai. This funding addresses the island's previous reliance on one ambulance and ensures uninterrupted access to life-saving emergency medical services across the island. And of course, $30 million for healthcare education loan repayment programs to help recruit and retain high-demand healthcare professionals by offering up to $50,000 per year in student loan repayment for those who commit to serving in underserved communities across the state of Hawaii for at least 2 years. This program will help address staffing shortages and ensure that families in rural areas have access to health care for their needs. It's for these reasons I stand in strong support of this. And now I yield to the distinguished House Representative from District 50.
Representative Lee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Strong support.
Please proceed.
This budget supports Hawaii's workers and families by protecting worker rights and modernizing state employee structures. It also uplifts our local farmers, agricultural industry, and families in need by strengthening food security. The Department of Labor and Industrial Relations is $1 million for the Farm to Food Bank program. This program will contract food banks to purchase local produce to provide food insecure families with nutritious, Hawaii-grown items while also supporting Hawaii's agricultural industry. $750,000 for a family leave study to estimate the costs and outcomes of implementing a paid leave program through an actuarial analysis of Hawaii's workforce and legal analysis of ERISA, prepaid healthcare, and family leave laws. The Department of Human Resources Development $12,006,375 for workers' compensation claims to protect workers from unexpected financial hardship due to work-related injuries. And finally, $1,750,000 for a classification and compensation study to update executive branch civil service classes. The last comprehensive compensation study was completed over 30 years ago in 1990. This new study will ensure that our job classifications align with the actual duties performed today, creating a more accurate, fair, and competitive workplace, and improving both recruitment and retention in state jobs. I now yield to the good representative of District 20.
Representative Grandinetti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support.
Please proceed.
By making strategic investments in transportation systems, this budget prioritizes public safety, transportation connectivity, and emergency preparedness, ensuring that our communities are resilient and accessible. It also focuses on creating safer routes for our students and improving transportation infrastructure statewide. This budget commits $2.46 million for automated external defibrillators and publicly accessible defibrillator units for airports to ensure that all state airports are fully equipped with AED and PAD units. These units are essential for providing emergency support. This budget also commits $350,000 for the Molokai Air Subsidy Program to maintain continuous air service to the island of Molokai, ensuring that residents and visitors have reliable access to transportation. This helps support the local community, tourism, and overall connectivity to and from the island. $15 million to the Highways Statewide Fire Mitigation Clearing for removing flammable brush, establishing fire breaks, and identifying alternative evacuation routes for use during an emergency. These actions help reduce fire risk, contain its spread, and ensure safe evacuation options in case of an emergency. $13.46 million goes for Highways Safe Routes to School program to identify, develop, and recommend safe routes for students to travel to and from school across the state. This initiative aims to enhance student safety, promote walking and biking, and improve overall transportation infrastructure for school children. I now yield to the House Representative from District 29.
Representative Hussey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This budget invests in support, yes.
Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, this budget invests in workforce development, small business innovation, and programs which empower local startups to fuel sustainable development growth. This budget includes $2.9 million for the Healthcare Workforce Development Program, which will help to train a greater number of high school students in the field of healthcare and to address the nursing shortage in our state. This budget also includes $2 million for the Manufacturing Assistance Program, which would help local businesses gain assistance to grow and be more competitive in the global market. $2 million for the Hawaii Small Business Innovation Research Phase 2 and Phase 3 grants, which will support Hawaii's innovation economy by leveraging federal funding, supporting commercialization, and fostering high-quality job growth. This budget also includes $12 million for renovation costs for the King Kalakaua building to accommodate offices for the State Department of Commerce and Consumer Affairs and the Downtown Post Office. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield to the House, to the District 1 representative.
Representative Cush.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, in strong support.
Please proceed.
First, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the finance staff and leadership, chair and vice chair, and all of my fellow finance members. It was a real learning experience as a freshman, and I'm grateful for that opportunity. This budget supports sustainable agriculture, protects our environment, and invests in the University of Hawaii, supporting athletics, a nursing program, and cultural initiatives to preserve Hawaii's rich history while promoting student success. For the Department of Agriculture, we have $26.6 million and 44 positions. For the continued support to the Department of Agriculture's biosecurity program to control and prevent increasing threats of pests and enhance the department's ability to mitigate and manage invasive species. $2 million to supplement the revolving fund for irrigation systems. And for the University of Hawaii, $7.04 million and 4 positions for the UH Manoa Athletics and their UH athletic programs. $1 million for UH Hilo Athletics, and which will allow them to remain in the NCAA program. $660,000 for the Practical Nurse Bridge program at UH Maui campus, which will help support the statewide shortage of nurses. This program provides certified nurse aides and other health professionals to the professional nursing experience and training opportunities. $1.5 million in 3 positions for the Ulu Ulu Archives Moving Images, which is dedicated to preserving and sharing Hawaii's moving images and digitized films to reflect the rich history and culture of Native Hawaiians and the people of Hawaii. $1.26 million and 3 positions for the Amran Tazan Council, hope I got that right, to support student success and retention services for Filipino students. Promoting leadership and development and college success through the Pamantasan Internship Program and Pamantasan Ambassadors Program. Did I get that? $250,000 and 1 position for the UH Maui Water Quality Lab, which will continuously measure water quality and ensure it's free for harmful substances. I thank you, and I now yield to the House Representative of District 30.
Representative Templo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support,
Please proceed.
this budget strengthens our investment in public safety. It focuses on protecting our communities and improving our ability to respond during emergencies. Key initiatives include upgrades to the State Emergency Operations Center, continued support for the Youth Challenge Academy, expanded re-entry services for former inmates, increased law enforcement presence in Wahiwa, targeted action against illegal fireworks, and a gun buyback program to reduce firearm-related risks. The following appropriations highlight our commitment. With the Department of Defense, $230,000 will go to the distributed antenna system at the State Emergency Operations Center, enhancing emergency communication, and $4.5 million for the Youth Challenge Academy to support at-risk youth through mentorship and training. With the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, $8.2 million will go to re-entry services to assist former inmates with housing, obtaining vital documents, and mental health and substance use treatment. And with the Department of Law Enforcement, $1.3 million and 6 positions will provide law enforcement at the new Wahiwa District Court and Civic Center. $5.2 million and 8 positions will establish a new unit to combat illegal fireworks and related crime. $2.4 million to support the Illegal Fireworks Task Force and boost enforcement, and $825,000 for a gun buyback program to remove unwanted and illegal firearms from our communities. With these investments, we affirm our commitment to keeping Hawaii safe. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now yield the floor to the representative from District 36.
Representative Lamasao.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In strong support,
Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, this budget supports modernizing Hawaii's emergency and financial systems with investments in expanding 911 services, upgrading the state's accounting infrastructure, and establishing a new business transformation office. It also prioritizes protecting Hawaii's natural resources by funding wildfire prevention and strengthening conservation enforcement. For the Department of Accounting and General Services, the budget commits the following: $10 million to support the expansion of 911 services through emerging technologies. The funding will provide all public safety answering points across the state with the necessary resources to implement, operate, and maintain these services. $3.3 million and 6 positions for redevelopment of the famous accounting system, which will develop subject matter expertise in the system configuration and design, enabling ongoing support for the enterprise financial system project and reducing reliance on external consultants. In addition to, as mentioned, what was mentioned, $1.6 million and 10 positions, establishing the Business Transformation Office to manage the implementation of the new enterprise financial system and to provide support staff and training for the state once the system launches. Additionally, for the Department of Land and Natural Resources, the budget also commits the following: $14.8 million and 22 positions for fire protection program. By expanding capacity, the Division of Forestry and Wildlife will be able to better manage forest landscapes to help prevent fires from occurring, mitigate their impact, and aid in fire and emergency response. $800,000 to support vital hydrologic studies to revise sustainable yields to manage our most critical resource, helping to secure clean water, healthy ecosystems, and resilient communities across the islands. $5 million for the dam and apparatus program to ensure these vital structures meet safety standards so that they can continue serving important roles, supporting fire protection and helping manage flood risk, keeping our communities safe. Lastly, Madam Speaker, $6.9 million and 21 positions for the Department of Land and Natural Resource Conservation and Resource Enforcement Officers. With increased staffing and resources, dole care officers can more effectively safeguard our forests, coastlines, wildlife, ensuring their continued vitality for current residents, for future generations alike, a critical investment in the stewardship and sustainability of Hawaii. I now yield to the House Representative of District 10.
Representative Miyake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In strong support.
Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, this budget strengthens Hawaii's government operations and prioritizes securing stable housing for our most vulnerable populations. For the Department of Budget and Finance, $465,084 and 5 positions for the Office of Federal Awards Management to assist the state with tracking changes to federal policies. $3,307,382 to increase salaries for the Office of the Deputy Public Defender in order to bring the public defenders on par with other public service attorneys, such as Attorney General and prosecutors' offices. For the Department of Human Services, $3.1 million for the Family Assessment Centers in Waianae and Puna, which offers temporary housing and case management services focused on civic engagement for homeless families with minors while working to secure permanent housing. $7.5 million for the Housing First program, which targets chronically homeless individuals, supporting their success in rehabilitation and ultimately enhancing their health, quality of life, and ability to pursue personal goals. $3.5 million for outreach and civil legal services to identify and support unsheltered homeless individuals by connecting them with outreach programs, assisting them in obtaining identification documents, and helping them apply for public benefits. $7.5 million for the Rapid Rehousing Program to offer short to medium-term rental assistance and services, helping homeless households to secure housing quickly, enhance self-sufficiency, and maintain stable housing. Last but not least, I now yield to the House Majority Floor Leader and Good Representative of District 17.
Representative Morikawa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In strong support.
Please proceed.
This budget strengthens Hawaii's public education system by addressing school maintenance needs, expanding Hawaiian language programs, supporting student athletics, improving security, and enhancing summer learning and workforce readiness opportunities. It ensures safer schools, healthier students, and better preparation for Hawaii's future generations. $150 million for deferred maintenance of public education facilities. For decades, the legislature has attempted to provide resources to the department in order to address the long-standing backlog of preventive maintenance in our public schools. With this appropriation, we can begin making progress on proper maintenance of state-owned school facilities while at the same time addressing issues when they are small, rather than waiting for them to grow into large issues that require more capital improvement funds to address. $4,002,384.13 positions for Ka Papahana Kaya Puni in order to support the department's K-12 Hawaiian language immersion program, which delivers instruction through the Hawaiian language and connects future generations' Hawaiian ways of knowing and being. $11,781,786 for athletics, including increases for travel, increases in coaching salaries, increases in athletic training supplies, flag football, and adding an athletic trainer to Kulani Hakoi High School. $41,980,000 for summer learning programs, helping to ensure that students have equitable access to robust summer learning programs that address specific needs of students ranging from remediation to advancement. $7,550,000 for workforce readiness, which will prepare our students for their future by providing opportunities and creating skilled, attractive job candidates by developing students into high-skill, high-wage, in-demand, and future-focused ready keiki. $20 million for skilled nursing provided to students based on their individualized education program, or EIP, or Section 504 plan. $927,248 and 6 positions for mathematics and financial literacy, curriculum initiatives, and for instructional support for classroom teachers. $13 million for increased nighttime security at schools and school security enhancements to ensure a safe learning environment for students, faculty, and staff. $49,380,000 for food and nutrition shortfall and menu development and training, helping to ensure that the department has the proper amount of funding for meal services. That was a lot of money. I would now like to defer to the CIP chair.
Representative Kitagawa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, in strong support.
Please proceed.
Thank you. First, I'd like to start off by thanking you, Madam Speaker, and the leadership team, as well as members of this body for the opportunity to work on CIP this year. I'd also like to thank the Finance Chair, Vice Chair, GIA Chair for all of their hard work and support on this budget, as well as thank the Finance Committee for their hard work and input in crafting this CIP budget. The biennial CIP budget includes about $1.9 billion in general obligation and general obligation revolving bonds, and about $5.7 billion when you consider all means of financing. The CIP budget addresses many important issues in our state and prioritizes areas such as health and safety, affordable housing, education, and preparing for the future. I'd now like to highlight a few of the items that are included in this CIP budget. The CIP budget includes $380 million for affordable housing projects statewide, including funding for the Kaleimomi Development Project, Kupuna Supportive Housing, and an infusion of funds to both the Rental Housing Revolving Fund and the Dwelling Unit Revolving Fund. $70 million for land acquisition to improve Hawaii's agriculture initiatives and to improve our state agriculture irrigation systems and reservoir systems. $35 million to support the 3rd Hawaii State Veterans Home on Maui. $36 million to support repairs and upgrades to the Hawaii Convention Center. $29 million for post-harvest and food processing facilities, $21 million for a small animal slaughterhouse, processing, and storage facility, $432 million for the Department of Education for various improvements and repairs to school facilities, including funds to address deferred maintenance, health and safety, ADA and Title IX compliance, as well as funding to expand our pre-kindergarten classroom capacity. $20 million for Hawaiian homelands, $115 million for healthcare services statewide, including $25 million for the new Ke'au Benioff Medical Center and $13 million for Kona Community Hospital's new emergency department. $71 million for land and natural resources statewide, including watershed protection, rockfall mitigation, health of drinking water aquifers, and state parks and small boat harbors. $52 million for state libraries, $84 million for various public safety and correction facilities, and $273 million to support higher education and the University of Hawaii system. Madam Speaker, this CIP budget is something that we can all be proud of. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this budget. I'd now like to yield to the GIA Chair.
Representative Holt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Still in support.
Please proceed.
Serving as a grant aid manager was a very tough but rewarding experience this year. Over the past couple of months, I've had the honor to review 374 applications, totaling $192 million in requests, and the unenviable task of trying to fit the needs with a $30 million budget. Each grant represented more than funding. It represented trust, hope, and partnership. From youth programs to health clinics, food security to cultural preservation, these investments help turn local visions into lasting impacts. I witnessed firsthand the power of public investment when aligned with community good, whether it was a health clinic in rural Ko'u, children's theater programs on Molokai and Lanai, or a program based in Hawaiian culture to restore dormant ag land on the west side of Kauai. These grants were catalytic. It was humbling to read the stories, meet the advocates, and see the heart and hope behind every request. Mahalo to House leadership, the finance chair, for their confidence, and all the members who assisted me in this difficult process. To all the nonprofits, advocates, and community leaders who brought passion and purpose to the table, mahalo. This experience reaffirmed my belief that public service, when done right, can transform lives. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support with reservations.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I just want to thank the Finance Committee for all of their hard work. I know there were a lot of difficult decisions that had to be made, and I know that all of my constituents, no matter where there's so many services that they're going to be benefiting from.
Representative Iwamoto.
Sorry, yes, thank you. I know there's so many services that they'll be benefiting from and so many facilities that they'll be utilizing, so thank you for all of the hard work. I just wanted to center some of why I support this budget and why I have reservations. Earlier this month, I mailed out a survey to my district, and the survey basically asked my constituents to identify on a spectrum if they wanted us to invest more in bigger jails, longer sentences, if that's the better way of addressing public safety, or if we should invest in root causes that lead to crimes, such as mental health services, drug abuse treatment, housing, and we had almost 600 responses. And of those 600 responses, over 70% sided on the side of investing in the root causes behind crimes. So that's the lens I use when I look at the budget. So I just want to thank the Finance Committee and the chair and leadership for allocating $8.2 million for re-entry services, for allocating $37 million for Kauhale development projects. And again, my reservations now stem with the $30 million for planning to replace OCCC jail when there are more cost-effective alternatives that exist. Also, diversion, infrastructure, and pretrial reforms can eliminate overcrowding and reducing costs. So for these reasons, I do support and also hold on to reservations. Thank you.
Representative Peruso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support?
Please
with
proceed.
comments. So in 2019, a mere 6 years ago, when I first entered the building, you know that at that time, the Ainapono pilot program report was first issued. And in that report, they provided an estimation of $19 million to renovate all 172 school production kitchens in the DOE so as to be able to do scratch cooking and support farm to school. Going through COVID, we saw, again, the increased importance of farm to school and farm to state. And in 2023, the former Deputy Superintendent of Facilities for the DOE officially committed the department to the centralized kitchen model. And when challenged about his reasoning, said that his estimations of doing the work described above in the pilot report actually amounted to more than $100 million. So his argument to support the centralized kitchen model rather than a decentralized approach was that of fiscal responsibility. So reflecting on that, and considering the inclusion in this year's budget of $55 million for the expansion of the centralized kitchen in my district, I wanted to make sure the body understands that this second allocation of funding to the only centralized kitchen that we are actually building and has not yet actually broken ground and is located in a tiny village in my district, they were allocated $35 million last year. And this year, with the $55 million, I'm sorry, I've scratched out notes, the total estimation for that singular centralized kitchen is $90 million. So coming on close to the $100 million that it would have cost, even with the former Deputy Superintendent's estimation of $100 million for all 172 school production kitchens. And if we extrapolate out using this model, especially considering that land acquisition will have to be taken into account, these huge industrial sites cannot be built on school properties, we can estimate that it's going to cost us about $450 million to do this on every island for work that, you know, if we had adopted a more decentralized approach, according to the 2019 report, would have cost us about $20 million. So I acknowledge that this is the approach that we've adopted, recognizing this plan and approach was not initiated by this body. I just want us to be aware of the fiscal commitments that we're making. Mahalo.
Any further discussion? Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the previous two speakers and their comments. I value open discussion. Madam Speaker, I rise in support with reservations.
Please proceed.
First of all, also mahalo to the Finance Chair, Vice Chair, committee members, and staff for the incredible efforts in reviewing and processing this budget with funding appropriations. As we've heard, there are many good and worthy causes being funded. And of course, we may not agree with certain line items. We are challenged with the desire to spend more for the needs of our people, yet balance fiscal responsibility, which includes decisions to cut back and even withhold monies. Madam Speaker, I am hopeful that in my time of service here, that I can learn how to assist the process and outcomes to better contribute, facilitate, and secure funding for continued progress and outcomes to make a difference in our lives and families. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Belatti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, in support with reservations.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I support this bill, Madam Speaker, in large part because of the investments we are making, as described by the previous speakers. In particular, and in opposition to the Vice Chair of Public Safety, I really do appreciate the investment of $30 million for the new facility. And the reason is this: as we look at the building and rebuilding of prisons, facilities, rehabilitation centers across the nation, they cost a lot of money. San Quentin in California is looking at a $239 million appropriation. I can only imagine what they might be getting in other funding as well. So a $30 million investment in the new prison where we have the opportunity to continue to push the department to move towards rehabilitation services is an important step. And so for that, I am very supportive. Madam Speaker, my reservations lie in the fact that the budget, unlike any bill, other bill, is such a massive bill that is built on many assumptions. And my concern is that because we need a balanced budget, this bill moves along with the many, many appropriation bills we are about to consider in the coming I hope. Because of that, this is a budget that is built on what we know will be restrictions and possible lapses that will impact the appropriation of funds to other programs. And for that reason, my concerns exist. I do hope that we will be able to address this as we move forward into the year, but it's because of that lapsing and the threat to potential other programs that we have appropriated funds for, and we will appropriate funds for, that I have deep concerns about this budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Muraoka.
Morning, Madam Speaker. In opposition.
Please proceed.
You know, Madam Speaker, if I embarrass myself today, I apologize, but listening to this award-winning performance this morning on this budget, affordable housing, I challenge anybody sitting in this room right now to show me one community that has a truly affordable house for sale today. But it's in our budget again. Critical operations. I keep hearing critical operations. The only thing critical in Hawaii is our people. And they cannot afford to live here. But I heard over 70, if I counted correctly, new positions being created. Not one of those new positions being created had the title of holding people accountable. I can go on, but as you can probably see, I'm shaking. I'm pretty angry hearing a lot of this stuff repetitively. It's on YouTube. We can go back over the years and years and years. All of this stuff that we talked about, most of them was in the previous budgets. Nothing got done. With that being said, I'm in opposition. The only critical thing in Hawaii is our people. We need to focus on keeping them home. Because without Hawaiian people in Hawaii, we don't need to worry about the future. Thank you.
Representative Souza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support.
Please proceed.
With reservations. And I want to thank the Finance Chair, Finance Vice Chair, and all the members of the Finance Committee for your hard work. And I would like the words of the representative from Makiki inserted into the record as my own.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Pirik.
Thank you, Speaker. In opposition.
Please proceed.
So, with much respect to the representative from Wine, I have a similar speech. Basically, we have about $40 billion in this budget, or almost $20 billion for each year, allocated towards solving the issues of our state: housing, homelessness, the roads, potholes, education, cost of electricity, the cost of gas. I am curious to know if in 1 year or 2 years from now, after we spend $20 billion of the taxpayers' money, if all of these problems will be solved or even decreased significantly. So with a history of our state not solving these issues with the state budget because of a framework of government that hasn't proven itself successful compared to the other 50 states, I'm voting no, knowing that this budget probably isn't going to solve the issues because the framework is let's build the government to give services to the people versus let's decrease the government, decrease regulations so the private sector can grow and flourish.
Is there any other discussion? If not, for the vote, excuse me,
Recess.
Representative Matsumoto.
Recess, please.
Recess, subject to the call of the chair. Calling this meeting back to order. Representative Morikawa for the vote.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the measure before us, all majority members vote aye.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the budget before us, all minority members vote aye with the exception of Representatives Garcia, Muraoka, and Perrick.
Have all votes been cast? House Bill number 300, HD1, SD1, CD1 passes final reading. Recess subject to the call of the chair. Will the House come to order? Mr. Clerk, are there any announcements?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I have been informed by a representative of the President of the Senate that the Conference Committee report for House Bill number 300, House Draft 1, Senate Draft 1, Conference Draft 1, was adopted, and said House bill relating to the state budget passed final reading in the Senate. In addition, I have been informed by the Assistant Clerk of the House that at 10:49 a.m. on this day, House Bill number 300, House Draft 1, Senate Draft 1, Conference Draft 1, has been duly transmitted by the legislature to the governor pursuant to Article 7, Section 9 of the Hawaii State Constitution.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Let's move on to the consent calendar. Representative Todd.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt the conference committee reports listed on pages 2 through 26, and that the accompanying House and Senate bills, as amended, pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Members, there will be no discussion as these are items agreed to by this body for placement on the consent calendar. Representative Morikawa for the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the measures before us, all majority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 3, Conference Committee Report number 17, SB number 1464, HD1, CD1, Rep. Iwamoto votes no. On page 16, Conference Committee Report number 147, SB number 1567, SD1, HD1, CD1, Rep. Garrett votes no. On page 23, Conference Committee Report number 202, SB number 1500, SD2, HD1, CD1, Rep. Kong votes no.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the measures before us, all minority members vote aye.
Have all votes been cast? Said bills pass final reading. Members, please remember to submit to the clerk the list of House and Senate bills on the consent calendar for which you will be inserting written comments in support or in opposition. This must be done by adjournment of today's floor session. Let's move on to item number 5C, unfinished business, ordinary calendar. Members, please refer to page 34. CCR number 85 will be moved to the end of the calendar. Members, we are on page 27. Representative Todd.
Madam Speaker, with the exception of Conference Committee Report numbers 85 and 98, I move to adopt the Conference Committee reports listed on pages 27 through 36, and that the accompanying House and Senate bills, as amended, pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion on these items, beginning with Conference Committee Report number 3? Number 4? Number 5, number 6, number 7, Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support with reservations.
Please proceed.
Thank you. And I believe this is relating to crimes against protected services workers. So Native Hawaiian families are disproportionately overrepresented in interactions with the foster care system. That paired with the high rates of unsubstantiated complaints contained or recorded in the Department of Human Services data, I think we should be very mindful that the system is coming to a family home and perhaps taking a child out of the arms of their parents. For those who are not guilty of abuse, for the majority of them who are not guilty of abuse or neglect, it might be very shocking to have that experience. Imagine if you found yourself in such a situation and trying to hold on to your child that you accidentally smush a social worker against the door frame to your home. Now imagine going to jail for this especially if you were innocent of the claims that initiated the incident. This is exactly the time that social workers, caseworkers should apply de-escalating tools and not move with any sort of arrogance that they can somehow throw a parent into jail for protecting their child. And those are my reservations. Thank you.
Moving on to the top of page 28, Conference Committee Report number 11. Representative Muraoka.
I'm sorry, it's for the last one.
Okay, let's go back to Conference Committee Report number 7. Representative Muraoka.
In opposition.
Please proceed.
You know, we're trying to protect them, and I agree that we should to some measure. However, I see no introduction of any type of bill or anything protecting little Ariel and so many others like her that were placed into homes by CPS. So that's the reason for my opposition.
Representative Martin.
In strong support.
Please proceed.
This is not a bill about the moment of removal of a child from a home that's been found to be dangerous to that child. This is about ongoing threats, which are real, not imaginary, made to staff, verbally and writing through the internet, stalking their families, making people not want to work in our government. We need these people to do this job for us, and if we don't protect them, they will not come and work for us. So this is a really critical bill, and I urge this body to support it.
Okay, moving on to the top of page 28, Conference Committee Report number 11. Number 13, CCR number 15, Representative Matsumoto.
In opposition, permission to insert written comments into the journal.
So ordered. Representative Ray Zoda.
Reservations.
So ordered. Moving on to Conference Committee Report number 18, 20. At the top of page 29, Conference Committee Report number 22, 26, 27. Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support with
Please
reservations. Thank you. So I have served as a licensed therapeutic foster parent, so I know what happens when children are neglected and abused to the point of torture. What I learned providing this service is that no matter what trauma my foster kids went through, or whatever they were subjected to, they were going to resume a relationship with their biological parent. Instead of spending money on again, locking more people up, having mandatory minimums, we should be making sure that these parents get the services that they need to heal from their own trauma and to be a better person for their children who will seek them out one day. This bill will remove judicial discretion and impose a sort of a 3 strikes felony, for multiple counts of heinous acts that can be prosecuted individually, and they can also do them, and all of the heinous crimes listed in this particular bill can be prosecuted individually and sequentially. For this reasons, those are my reservations.
Moving on to Conference Committee Report 29, Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support with the reservations.
Please proceed.
Okay, so this has to do with removing, giving the Department of Commerce and Consumer Affairs the opportunity or the authority to remove certain professional licenses from individuals who are on the sex offender registry. And so I understand when when customary professional situations requires the individual being in a small room in potentially a state of undress and close physical contact, that there might be a problem with the delivery of those professional services if the person's on the registry. But there are professions that require licensing that do not put a potential victim in harm's way. For instance, a hairstylist at a busy salon where there's multiple stations in a crowded salon, there's no, many of us wouldn't feel like we're vulnerable to a transgression. And so, or even a manicurist, that requires a license, and if somebody's on the registry, we have to think about, they serve their time, they're on the registry, perhaps forever, but they still need to pay their rent, maybe even provide child support for a child. They need to be able to sustain themselves. There's also other ways to mitigate the harms that we're trying to protect the public from, such as posting a sign. So if it's a hairstylist, for instance, they could put a sign at their station indicating that they're on the registry and maybe what they did to kind of inform people, but they can still make a living. Because I think the worst case scenario would be that they are put into a position that they rely on taxpayers to support them. That would be the worst case scenario. So for those reasons, I have reservations.
Moving on to the top of page 30, Conference Committee Report, number 31. 32. Representative Kila.
Mahalo, Madam Speaker, in support.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The adoption today of HB 958 would designate Laulau Day not as a holiday, but as a symbolic observance. It's something small on paper, but there's so much meaning. For our Lahui and local families across Hawaii, Laulau is more than food. It is tradition, it is healing, it's resilience, and it's one of those things that has stuck through everything and is still here today. The state recognized other cultural observances such as Buddha Day, Sakata Day, Kimchi Day, and these are rightfully so recognized. Moments where we stop to honor people and the culture behind our food. But this bill follows the same path. Because just like kimchi, Laulau also tells a story. It reminds us of who we are and where we come from. It's wrapped with intention, a tea leaf or foil to save money. It takes time though, and it brings people together. These are folks' fundraisers, their baby luau's, their graduations, and sometimes even funerals. It's somehow folks make a living, and for others it teaches our kids values, patience, respect, and hard work. For many, their first lesson in business is with a fundraiser for Laulau. To pay for uniforms, to travel, for school, and it's where sometimes our ethic and community mindsets come into focus. I know it personally. 12 years ago, my dad held a Laulau fundraiser to help send me off to college. That's how we covered the first expenses for flights, my bedding, my school supplies. It was a way forward. And today, a decade later, my dad continues to still do this, but it has now turned from a fundraiser, but our hopes for survival. But even more than that, it healed him. My dad struggled with addiction, but when he found Laulau, he found purpose. In some ways, it kept him grounded, and it connected him to something ancestral and something bigger than him. And that, Speaker, is the power of food and the power of culture. When I first introduced this bill, the day chosen was May 1st. And I do want to clear up, I never intended to take away May Day. But I do want to acknowledge, I chose May 1st as my dad's birthday. I wanted to honor him and thank him. But as we move forward, it would designate the first Friday of May as Laulau Day. And this is more than just one dish, Speaker. The legislature has done amazing work over the last 2 years under your leadership to support local food systems. We push farm to school, food hubs, farmer training, our native crop support, and funding to keep our food supply strong and grounded in Hawaii. And I believe Laulau Day is just a part of that. Because when we uplift food, we uplift people, we uplift knowledge, and we uplift the culture. And as we advance food sovereignty, the right to grow and to prepare food in our own values, this is more than just recognition, it's reclamation. Laulau is just not a side dish, Madam Speaker, it's a main plate, it's our go-to, it's our grind, it's how we survive and celebrate. And no offense, but if you go to a baby luau and there's no laulau, it's a little suspicious. But with that, Madam Speaker, even it's significant that Kalo was designated as a state plant back in 2007, but due to something, it didn't get adopted till this year. But in some ways, that's the same way that haloa grows. It takes time. And I hope that this is just the beginning. We always will make space for local food, our Hawaiian products and policies, and that we can continue seeing cultural preservation. It's proactive and not just performative, but it's building a stronger Hawaii for generations to come. So no, I want to clarify, we do not get a day off to eat laulau, but it gives us a day to remember who we are and to recognize something our people have always known. That when laulau is more than ingredients, it's our legacy, strength, and it's still here. So when we pass this bill, it's for the kupuna who measure recipes in handfuls. It's for the keiki who choose to sell laulau to start a dream. It's for the people who live every day in Hawaii. And for every ohana that knows, when you open the pot and you see the steam, you are home and you are in Hawaii. And those are my reasons for support.
Representative Souza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With reservations and permission to insert written comments into the journal.
Please, so ordered.
Thank you.
Moving on to Standing Committee Report number 38. Representative Iwamoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. Moving on to Standing Committee Report 39, 40, 42. On the top of page 31, Standing Committee Report number 51. 52. Representative Belatti. Representative Poi Poi.
451.
Okay, let's move back to Conference Committee Report 51. Representative Poi Poi.
Thank you. Permission to enter comments into the journal?
What is your position?
No.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Moving on to Conference Committee Report number 52. Representative Iwamoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. Representative Belatti.
Madam Speaker, with reservations, brief remarks.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support, my reservation stems from language that was introduced in Senate Draft 1 that said, provided that emergency erosion protection structures constructed, pursuant to permits issued by the department shall not be deemed abandoned property. This raises concerns for me because the department issues numerous permits for all types of shoreline beach restoration. And I'm concerned that this language, which was then changed in the conference committee that added, quote, provided that emergency erosion protection structures constructed pursuant to permits issued by the department and that continue to provide the protection for which they were permitted shall not be deemed abandoned remnant materials. It concerns me that this might create liability that we are not clear about, so that there might be large unintended consequences for this measure, just simply because there is so much happening at our shorelines and the department permits many, many, many things. I would want to proceed with caution with this kind of measure. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Peruso.
With reservations.
So ordered. Representative Souza.
With reservations, and I would like to insert the words of the representative from Makiki into the record as my own.
So ordered. Moving on to
Speaker.
Conference Committee Report number 54. Representative Poi Poi.
452.
Okay, back to Conference Committee Report 52, Representative Poi Poi.
With reservations and permission to enter comments.
So ordered. Moving on to CCR number 54. Number 61.
Excuse me, Speaker.
Representative Shimizu.
CCR 54, please.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition with brief comments.
Please proceed.
I want to thank and acknowledge the introducer, the chairs, and appreciate all of the hard work and the intent behind this, this bill. However, Madam Speaker, I believe the current process and consequences are appropriate, and we should allow our judges as they hear and evaluate evidence on a case-by-case basis, the freedom to exercise their expertise and experience in handing out appropriate sentences and not dictate to them what they can or cannot do. That's my position of opposition. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Moving on to CCR number 61. At the top of page 32, Conference Committee Report number 65. Representative Reyes-Ota.
Reservations.
So ordered. CCR 68. 69. Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
I have previously spoke at length in opposition and giving comments, and as a courtesy to this body, I will spare them a reiteration of that floor speech, but permission to enter written comments into the journal, please.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Representative, CCR number 71. At the top of page 33, Conference Committee Report number 74. Representative Muraoka.
In opposition.
Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in respectful opposition to this measure, which proposes $2.5 million for sting operations and the establishment of explosives and firearms lab to combat illegal fireworks. Now, let me be clear. I do not support illegal fireworks. They are dangerous. They pose risks to our communities, our first responders, and our environment. But I cannot, let me repeat, I cannot ignore the larger crisis that surrounds us every single day. A crisis that this bill does not address. We are facing an epidemic of drug addiction, violent crime, and an ever-worsening crisis of homelessness in nearly every community across our state. These are, excuse me, these are seasonal issues. These are not seasonal issues like fireworks. These are daily emergencies, and our constituents are living in fear, frustration, and desperation. We're proposing $2.5 million for fireworks enforcement and a lab, yet we cannot find the same dollars to expand drug treatment and prevention programs, or increase patrols and investigate resources to address violent crimes. Fireworks may be loud and visible, but the silent suffering caused by drugs, crime, homelessness is far more devastating and more enduring. If we want to invest in public safety, let's start where the pain is most acute. Let's fund detox, outreach, and real-time criminal enforcement to tackle fentanyl, crystal meth, and other items that are killing the people in our streets. Let's not send a message that illegal fireworks are a greater threat than the addiction, violence, and homelessness displacing and plaguing our communities every day. I urge my colleagues to reconsider our priorities. This is not about ignoring the problem of fireworks. It's about responding first to the problems that are killing us now and every day.
Any further discussion? If not, we're moving on to Conference Committee Report number 77. Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Excuse me, I rise in opposition with comments.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Simply, this bill prohibits the legislative body of a county from imposing stricter conditions than the HHFDC stricter area median income requirements or a reduction in fee waivers to housing development proposals that would increase the cost of the project. Simply put, this bill seeks to override county home rule to protect their residents potentially in favor of developers. For this reason, I oppose this bill.
CCR number 78. Oh, Representative Grandinetti.
On the previous measure.
Okay. CCR number 77.
In opposition, and I've also shared my thoughts.
Please proceed.
Oh, thank you. I've shared my thoughts on this measure in previous floor sessions, so just permission to insert written comments into the journal.
So ordered. Representative Evslin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to clarify.
In support or?
In support. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Just to clarify, we spoke about this bill previously, but there is currently 2 discretionary review processes written into the law in 201H-38. And the legislative branch of the county still has the full authority to reject any of these projects if they so choose. So the bill clarifies that counties have to be allowed the opportunity to submit written comments on 201H-38 projects. HHFTC should be reviewing those written comments and proposing projects that have, the highest likelihood of chancing at passing at a county level, but the county still have that opportunity to reject if they so choose. Thank you.
Representative Peruso.
With reservations.
So ordered. Representative Souza.
With reservations.
So ordered. Moving on, Representative Poi Poi.
In opposition, permission to enter written comments.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's move on to Conference Committee Report number 78. Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With reservations, please.
So ordered. Representative Amato.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, with reservations.
So ordered. Representative Beladi.
Reservations.
So ordered. Representative Souza.
Reservations.
So ordered.
Speaker.
Representative Poi Poi.
With reservations.
So ordered. Moving on to Conference Committee Report number 79. Representative Iwamoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. Moving on to the next page, page 34, Conference Committee Report number 82. Representative Souza.
With reservations.
So ordered. Conference Committee Report number 84. And Conference Committee Report 86. Representative Amato.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, with reservations.
So ordered. Representative Matsumoto. Okay. At the top of page 35, Conference Committee Report number 87. Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I vote in opposition because this measure violates 2 guiding principles of Mental Health of America, which is the nation's leading national nonprofit dedicated to the promotion of mental health, well-being, and prevention. First, that people with mental health conditions deserve the same degree of personal autonomy and legal protections as other people. Second, that involuntary treatment of any kind should be used in only limited circumstances and only as a last resort. The proposed measure will increase involuntary hospitalization, transportation by armed law enforcement, and involuntary or forced medication, with less due process checks and balances in place simply because a person has mental illness or co-occurring disorders. Although this bill does not specifically mention our affordable housing crisis, this bill is intended to target our houseless neighbors. Ideally, we should have a judge making the final decision and a public defender representing the best interests of the individual. We currently have an administrative rather than judicial process, which includes a panel of 3 medical professionals to order medication with no one representing the individual. However, this bill seeks to reduce this panel from 3 to 1 medical person, thereby removing minimal procedural safeguards and the individual has no attorney provided, no court-appointed special advocate, no guardian ad litem. In their incapacitated state, they are given a phone and invited to call an attorney. This is a serious due process violation under our federal and state constitutions. Other states with assisted community or outpatient treatment laws provide legal counsel. And just a note, this right was taken away a few years ago. So I'm not saying forced treatment is never a solution, but we must comply with procedural safeguards. We need an investment into programs that are holistic, community-driven, and voluntary, not punitive, especially in a trauma-informed state such as Hawaii. For these reasons, I'm voting no on SB 1322.
Any further discussion? Representative Belatti.
Madam Speaker, with reservations in support.
Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, we've been working a lot on assisted community treatment, so I want to acknowledge the opposition from the previous speaker. I have reservations because some of the changes in this bill, while it seems to be allowing for transport and commitment to programs and other facilities other than our emergency rooms, I don't believe we have those kinds of systems and places or care in place at this time. So the default when this bill comes into play is going to be that more and more folks experiencing mental illness will be actually diverted to our emergency rooms. And then coupled with a 72-hour extension of time to be able to stay in those emergency rooms, we are actually going to see our hospitals further taxed. Now, if we had more facilities out in the community, which I think this body is committed to building, but we might not have them yet, then the measures in this bill would work. So with those, Madam Speaker, with reservations, because I think we really, really need to start investing, like the previous speaker said, in community-based programs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Poi Poi.
With reservations.
So ordered. Representative Shimizu.
With reservations, please.
So ordered. Representative Takayama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this
Is
proposal...
that in support?
In support.
Please
This
proceed.
proposal was submitted by the governor in an effort to clarify the emergency procedures for those persons suffering severe mental health or substance abuse disorders. It does several things. Number one, it emphasizes the role of mental health emergency workers at hospital emergency departments to ensure that their role is recognized in diverting persons who may not be appropriately treated in emergency rooms or departments and could be better diverted to other facilities. Secondly, it provides that persons who are being treated through assisted community treatment programs can be held in hospitals. Current law provides for up to 48 hours. This measure extends it to 72 hours, but allows for the person to be discharged earlier if the certifying facility finds that that person has been stabilized and is no longer in need of ACT. Finally, in reference to a previous speaker, it is true that there is language in this bill that authorizes a single psychiatrist rather than a panel of 3 to provide authorization for medical treatment over the objection of a patient. This only applies to those patients who are already committed to the state hospital. So with that, Madam Speaker, I ask members to support this measure. Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to CCR number 88, Representative Todd.
Madam Speaker, I move to recommit Conference Committee Report number 88 and the attached proposed conference draft to Conference Committee.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion? Representative Takayama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, in support.
Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, there is general agreement that this measure before us is needed, but also agreement that several provisions need further refinement. And for that reason, I support the recommittal of this measure and promise that in the interim, we will address the provisions in need of further consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Members, we will be taking a voice vote on this recommittal. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion is carried. We're going to continue on with the main motion. Page 35, CCR number 89. Representative Iwamoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. Representative Reyes-Oda.
Reservations.
So ordered. Moving on to Conference Committee Report number 90. At the top of page 36.
Speaker.
Oh, Representative Souza.
On number 90.
Yes.
In support and permission to insert written comments into the journal.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support with comments.
This is on 90.
Correct.
Please proceed.
I continue to acknowledge and honor the needs of our Native Hawaiians. It is imperative that our state departments, legislature, and executive branch work together to lift the outcomes and standing of our host culture. We know that Native Hawaiians have the highest numbers in many areas of need, so investment into the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, I would believe and pray, is directly addressing our people who are most in need. I want to reiterate that every dollar we provide, OHA, has a matching dollar from their trust fund, so our investment is doubled and well spent. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any further discussion? Then we're moving on to the top of page 36, CCR number 93. Representative Reyes-Oda.
Reservations.
So ordered. Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
This bill changes the current fire chief of the Hawaii State Aircraft Rescue Firefighting Unit of the airport's division position from a civil service position to a process where 3 qualified candidates are submitted by the Director of Transportation for consideration by the State Fire Council and subject to the advice and consent of the Senate. As we have experienced with the Senate in crossover review and conference committee, this adds a significant layer of bureaucracy that I believe in this situation is unnecessary. If this change were to be made, this decision should be left to the State Fire Council and the Department of Transportation alone. That's my position. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Moving on to CCR number 94. Representative Iwamoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. Representative Poipoi.
With reservations.
So ordered. Representative Souza.
Reservations.
So ordered. Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support with a brief comment, very brief.
Please proceed.
The purpose of this bill is to improve pedestrian safety. Although I see the loss of street parking as problematic, especially in certain areas where parking is scarce as it is, I must prioritize safety over inconvenience, so I rise in support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Moving on to CCR number 95. 97. Representative Amato.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, with reservations.
So ordered. Okay, members, we will be taking the vote. Representative Morikawa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the measures before us, all majority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 27, CCR number 4, SB number 15, SD1, HD2, CD1, Rep. Poi Poi votes no. For CCR number 6, SB number 1413, SD1, HD2, CD1, Rep. Amato votes no. On page 29, CCR number 22, SB number 79, SD1, HD2, CD1. The following vote no. Iwamoto, Poi Poi. On page 30, CCR number 38, SB number 1263, SD2, HG3, CD1, Rep. Poi Poi, votes no. On page 31, CCR number 51, HB number 732, HD2, SD2, CD1, the following vote no. Hussey, Iwamoto, Peruso, Poi Poi. For CCR number 52, HB number 1137, HD2, SD1, CD1, Rep. Amato votes no. For CCR number 54, HB number 103, SD1, CD1, Rep. Kong votes no. On page 32, CCR number 69, SB number 1433, SD2, HD2, CD1, the following vote no. Chun, Kila, Kong, Lamosao, Lee, Olds. For CCR number 71, SB number 694, HD1, CD1, following vote no. Kila, Lamosao. On page 33, CCR number 77, SB number 38, SD2, HD2, CD1, the following vote no. Amato, Bellotti, Grandinetti, Hussey, Iwamoto, Olds, Poi Poi. For CCR number 78, SB number 66, SD2, HG3, CD1, following vote no. Iwamoto, Peruso. On page 34, CCR number 84, SB number 104, SD2, HG3, CD1, Kong votes no. On page 35, CCR number 87, SB number 1322, SD2, HD2, CD1, the following vote no. Chun, Garrett, Grandinetti, Iwamoto, Peruso, Takenouchi. On page 36, CCR number 93, SB number 1102, SD2, HD2, CD1, Rep. Poi Poi votes no. CCR number 94, SB number 1195, SD1, HD2, CD1, following vote no. Amato, Olds.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the measures before us, all minority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 27, CCR number 3, House Bill 1051, HD1, SD1, CD1, Reps. Garcia, Matsumoto, Muraoka, and Pirik vote no. CCR number 6, SB 1413, SD1, HD2, CD1, Reps. Garcia, Muraoka, and Pirik vote no. CCR number 7, House Bill 1098, HD1, SD1, CD1, Reps. Garcia, Muraoka, vote no. On page 28, CCR number 11, Senate Bill 176, SD1, HD1, CD1, Reps. Garcia, Matsumoto, Muraoka, Reyes Oda, and Pirik votes no. CCR 13, SB 222, SD1, HD2, CD1, Reps. Aukos and Muraoka vote no. CCR number 15, Senate Bill 1030, SD2, HD1, CD1, Reps. Aukos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Muraoka vote no. CCR number 18, House Bill 692, HD1, SD1, CD1, Pirik votes no. Page 30, CCR number 31, House Bill 345, HD2, SD1, CD1, Pirik votes no. CCR number 32, House Bill 957, House Draft 1, Senate Draft 1, Conference Draft 1, Garcia and Pirik vote no. CCR 38, SB 1263, SD2, HD3, CD1, Herrick votes no. CCR number 39, SB 119, SD1, HD1, CD1, Herrick votes no. Same page. CCR 54, HB 103, SD1, CD1, Reps Garcia, Muraoka, Shimizu, and Perrick vote no. CCR 61, HB 277, HD2, SD2, CD1, Reps Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Muraoka, Reyes Oda, and Perrick vote no. Page 32, CCR 65, SB 532, SD2, HD2, CD1, Garcia votes no. CCR 68, SB 1431, SD1, HD2, CD1, Reps Alcos, Muraoka, Shimizu, and Perrick vote no. CCR 69, SB 1433, SD2, HD2, CD1, Reps Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Muraoka, Shimizu, Reyes Oda, and Perrick vote no. CCR 71, SB 694, HD1, CD1, Reps Garcia and Muraoka vote no. Page 33, CCR 74, HB 806, HD1, SD2, CD1, Reps Alcos, Garcia, and Muraoka vote no. CCR 79, HB 1162, HD2, SD2, CD1, Reps Garcia and Muraoka vote no. CCR 81, HB 226, HD3, SD1, CD1, Reps Garcia and Souza vote no. Page 34, CCR number 82, House Bill 228, HD1, SD2, CD1, Reps Garcia and Muraoka vote no. CCR 84, SB 104, SD2, HD3, CD1, Reps Alcos, Garcia, and Muraoka vote no. CCR 85, SB 401, SD2. Oh, the 401, never mind, recommitted. Okay, next one. Page 35, CCR 87, SB 1322, SD2, HD2, CD1, Reps Reyes Oda and Souza vote no. CCR 89, SB 1429, SD2, HD3, CD1, Garcia votes no. Page 36, CCR 93, SB 1102, SD2, HD2, CD1, Reps Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Muraoka, Shimizu, and Perrick vote no. CCR 94, SB 1195, SD1, HD2, CD1, Reps Alcos, Garcia, Muraoka, and Perrick vote no. CCR 95, SB 1216, SD1, HD2, CD1, Reps Garcia and Muraoka vote no. CCR 97, SB 30, HD2, CD1, Reps Garcia, Muraoka, and Perrick vote no. CCR 98, SB 97.
Sorry.
Is that it?
That's it.
That's it.
That's where we ended, on 97. Okay. Have all votes been cast? Representative Souza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to register a with reservations vote for Conference Committee Report number 15,
So-
SB number 1030, SD2, HD1, CD1 on page 28.
So ordered.
And a with reservations vote On page 32, Conference Committee Report number 69, SB number 1433, SD2, HD2, CD1.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Representative Amato.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I must have failed to turn in a slip, but I would like to register my no vote for CCRN 87, SB 1322, SD2, HD2, CD1 found on page 35, please.
So ordered. With the exception of the measures attached to CCR numbers 85, 88, and 98, said bills pass final reading. Recess, subject to the call of the chair. Will the House come back to order? Representative members, please turn to page 47 and refer to Conference Committee Report number 200. Representative Todd.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt Conference Committee Report number 200 and that the accompanying Senate bill as amended pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Representative Tam.
Madam Speaker, I have a floor amendment to offer.
Mr. Clerk, have copies of the floor amendment been distributed to the members?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Copies of floor amendment number 9 have been distributed.
Representative Tam.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt the floor amendment.
Representative Templo.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Representative Tam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a friendly floor amendment. The amendment would basically change an error that is not the intention of the bill under the bill that is currently written. The language of the conference draft inadvertently reduces the TAT allocation to the Mass Transit Special Fund. This floor amendment will correct that.
Any discussion on the proposed, any further discussion? Okay, members, we are going to take a voice vote. Vote aye if you are in favor of the floor amendment. Vote no if you are opposed to the floor amendment. All those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say no. The motion is carried. The floor amendment has passed. Members, please note the 48-hour notice for this measure. Recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Will the House come to order? Representative Todd.
Madam Speaker, with the exception of Conference Committee Report numbers 198 and 199, I move to adopt the Conference Committee reports listed on pages 37 through 46, and that the accompanying House and Senate bills, as amended, pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Members, any discussion on these items, beginning with Conference Committee Report number 99? Conference Committee Report 100. 102. Representative Reyes-Ora.
Reservations.
So ordered. Report number Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On CCR 102, please.
Yes, please proceed.
I rise in support with reservations. By the way, thank you for the great lunch. Madam Speaker, I found it very difficult at times, even frustrating, to weigh the merits of a bill and examine the pros and cons to try and discern what is the right thing to do. I agree with the purpose of this bill to authorize counties to adopt ordinances to enforce accessible parking space requirements reserved for those with disabilities. However, my reservation is for any additional parking provision requirements for electric vehicles. My apologies to you Tesla owners, which carries a $50,000 to $100,000 cost per station. That would be a financial burden on businesses. So I am hoping that the counties are listening to this, seriously taking this into consideration and adopt ordinances to prioritize parking for those with disabilities only. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Amato.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At the appropriate time, would we please go back to CCR 100?
Okay, let's finish up Conference Committee Report 102. Seeing no further discussion, we'll go back to Conference Committee Report number 100. Representative Amato.
Reservations.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Okay, members, Conference Committee Report number 105. Report number 108. 109. Oh, excuse me, Representative Shimizu on Conference Committee Report number 108.
Correct.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support with reservations. I agree with the purpose of supporting career paths for our youth, providing employment opportunities, and promoting diversification of our economy. I would love to see this type of program and funding to be expanded to a broader range of workforce development to make an even greater impact for our youth and economy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any further discussion on Conference Committee Report number 108? Seeing none, Conference Committee Report number 109, 111, 113. Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support with reservations and comment.
Please proceed.
So I take this from the testimony provided by HGEA regarding the positions within SR-10 and lower. They are generally clerical and administrative positions that should not be exempted from civil service. Although HGA recognizes that these types of positions are hard to fill due to its uncompetitive salary, we must stress that these positions be repriced to a competitive salary range rather than exempting them from civil service. For these reasons, I have reservations.
Conference Committee Report number 115. Representative Lachika.
Madam Speaker, in support.
Please proceed.
Permission also to insert written comments.
So ordered.
And brief comment. Because of this bill, fewer kids will sit in the classroom distracted by hunger, and more families, especially those who make just a little too much to qualify under outdated rules, will no longer have to worry knowing their children will eat at school free of charge. Starting next school year, students on reduced price lunch will receive meals for free, and the families earning up to 300% of the federal poverty level will also will also receive access to free school meals. In a state where the cost of living keeps rising, this is this is one of the most meaningful things we can do for working families. Just want to mahalo all the chairs for working so hard on this measure, and to House and Senate leadership. But I also want to recognize the incredible work of our advocates, especially the young students from across the state who showed up at the Capitol day after day during the final stretch of session to make sure we didn't forget how important this bill is. Their voices, their presence, and their stories helped carry this bill over the finish line. Mahalo.
Representative Matsuyoshi.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just, in strong support.
Please proceed.
I just want to thank my fellow legislators for passing this bill. As you know, it's been years that I've been fighting for free school meals, and I think this is a good, huge step forward on this issue. This bill is really an investment in our future, and I want to acknowledge all of the advocates that fought for it over the years, especially, again, the students who came year after year asking us to do this. But some of the voices that were not heard as loudly, I think will benefit the most from this. And those are the teachers and the small businesses. Teachers, any teacher will tell you, when a kid is in your classroom and they're hungry, they're disruptive. And then when you have a disruptive kid in your class, no one's learning. Not that kid, not any of the other 30 plus kids in your class. So what this does is it really ensures that our kids have the right mindset to learn and don't affect the rest of the kids in the class. It's not just feeding one hungry kid. What you're doing is you're allowing an entire classroom of kids to learn. And the other thing I want to point out is when I was labor chair last year and the year before, I would say every single small business, large business, you name it, every business that came to me was saying that they were short of qualified employees. Every single one. And what this bill does is it allows us to educate our kids so that they can graduate, and if they don't go to college, then they can enter into the workforce and be prepared to actually live and make a living and again, help our businesses. So I think this bill has broad bipartisan support, and I really want to thank everyone for making this happen.
Representative Muraoka.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In support and appreciation, this bill, it helps so many in my community. And I just want to appreciate that the chairs of the committee who got this thing through and over the line. Our community, the community I represent, sincerely thanks you.
Representative Capella.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support,
please proceed.
May I adopt the words of the Vice Chair of the Committee on Education as if they were my own?
So ordered.
And I just want to say that this bill really came down to supporting Keiki. And it's such a commitment from this body to be able to say that this is something that we're going to put forward and that we will support Keiki in every aspect of their lives when it comes to uplifting their educational access. And all session, I've looked forward to trying to find small wins and bright spots, and this is, I think, one of the biggest that has come out of this session. So thank you to everyone who worked on this.
Turning to the top of page 39, Conference Committee Report 116. Report number 117. Representative Iwamoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. Report number 118. Representative Iwamoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. Representative Reyes-Oda.
In opposition.
Please proceed.
I understand this is a revenue-generating bill, and I want to thank introducer Senator Wakai for looking for a different way of generating revenue without taxing residents. I know that many, if not all, stadiums and convention centers around the country lease naming rights. My primary concern is that allowing any public or private entity to lease the naming rights to our stadium and convention center undermines the unique identity and sense of place that is so vital to the people of Hawaii. These buildings are more than just structures. They represent the culture, heritage, and pride of our community. Leasing the naming rights to just any entity could risk turning these cherished spaces into mere commercial assets, which doesn't align with the values we hold dear. I won't list out corporate names that could replace what we now know as the Aloha Stadium and the Hawaii Convention Center, but I want us to consider the opportunity these venues give to teach our residents and visitors about our own history. Imagine if instead of a corporation, we named a venue after Timoteo Ha'alilio, a true Hawaiian statesman who rose to such prominence that his birthright did not allow. Ha'alilio was sent abroad in 1842 by K3 to gain recognition and secure our independence and be the first non-European nation to do so. As the only state with a palace, we are special. Naming our stadium and convention center using names from our cultural history is part of preserving our heritage. The financial gain from naming rights often pales in comparison to the long-term value of preserving a community-focused identity for these facilities.
Conference Committee Report number 120. Top of page 40, 123, 127. Representative Iwamoto.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support with reservations.
Please proceed.
This bill provides for legislators with all the discretion to award $50 million in grants. Although I'm really excited about the end use, I'm concerned I want to make sure that we're providing more transparency and more accountability for the selection process, and I just think that taxpayers may want more input, more accountability when it comes to allocating the $50 million. Thanks.
Representative Bellotti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support with reservations.
Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, I want to be very clear. I support the allocation and appropriation of $50 million for what we anticipate are going to be very difficult times in the months ahead. But my reservations stem from the fact that this conference draft bill creates, in fact, a committee of four. A committee of four to decide who gets $50 million of precious state resources. This committee structure came out of a conference draft. It was not before any of the prior committees. So I was very surprised when it came out. This is constitutionally deficient. Article 3, Section 12 of our state constitution says every meeting of a committee in either house or of a committee comprised of a member or members from both houses held for the purpose of making decisions on matters referred to the committee shall be open to the public. That is in our state constitution. Our House rules further state, verbatim, mirroring the constitutional language, Rule 20, every meeting of a committee of the House or of a committee composed of a member or members from the House and the Senate held for the purpose of making decisions on matters referred to the committee shall be open to the public. Senate Bill number 933 CD1 creates first a committee that takes the responsibility away from all of the members of the House and the Senate. And it explicitly says the meetings of the Evaluation and Selection Committee shall not be subject to Part 1 of Chapter 92 Hawaii Revised Statutes. Those are the important provisions that provide for notice and open meetings. Now, Madam Speaker, I believe this leadership team actually has a solution for this, which is why I'm with reservations, because I firmly believe that we can fix this constitutional deficiency. By memo of the Speaker of this House on March 13, 2025, we were informed for potential special sessions, August 25th to the 29th, September 29th to October 3rd, November 17th to 21st of this year. Madam Speaker, I request that I be able to reinsert into the journal this memo.
Recess. Will the House come to order? Representative Bellotti, if you'd like to make your request.
May I request, Madam Speaker, the insertion into the journal, the March 13, 2025 memorandum that I've referred to.
So ordered.
Thank you. So again, Madam Speaker, I believe that we actually have a solution to this constitutional problem, which is to come back into session. And I know that there are going to be people who say, well, the mechanism that we need has to be one that can respond throughout. Well, the dates of the special sessions give us enough time, and then will give us time to be able to follow the more correct grant and aids process that should be adhered to. Otherwise, I fear that, some people will say, well, who's going to challenge this? Any nonprofit who does not be able to benefit from this fund will be able to challenge the way we've administered it. For those reasons, Madam Speaker, I speak with strong reservations and truly hope that we can fix this as we move forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Russo.
With reservations, and I'd like to have the words of the representative from Makiki entered into the record as if they were my own.
So ordered. Representative Iwamoto, second time.
Same request.
So ordered. Representative Souza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With reservations, and can I also have the words of the representative from Makiki and the co-chair of the Good Government Caucus inserted into the record as my own? Thank you.
So ordered. Representative Holt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support?
Please proceed.
After the many meetings I had with all of the nonprofits across our state, it's very apparent to me that we have much need even before we face these federal cuts. I appreciate those who worked very hard to craft this measure. It was difficult to come to get to this point where we have a bill where we have people to assist us in this process going forward. This money is not going to be enough for everybody to go around, but it's going to definitely help ease the pain for some of the effects felt across our state. These are real people who have real jobs who are going to be out of work. A lot of our community projects, just a lot of things that face uncertainty. And this measure is very important so that we can have the flexibility to respond to these things. And I urge our members to vote in support. Thank you.
Okay, members, seeing no further discussion, we're going to turn to Conference Committee Report number 128. Representative Kahaloa.
Madam Speaker, in support.
Please proceed.
May I please insert written comments into the journal?
So ordered.
Thank you.
Report number 129. Report number 132. Representative Bellotti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I request to be excused from the voting on this matter as on March 4th, 2025, I had requested a declaration of a conflict, and it was determined that I do have a conflict of interest on this bill, and I had been granted the right to be excused from the vote on this bill.
So ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Top of page 41, report number 133. Representative Iwamoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. Report number 134. Representative Iwamoto.
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
According to testimony by the State Procurement Office, doubling the minimum threshold for all purchases of goods, services, and construction from $25,000 to $50,000 would diminish transparency, reduce competition, potentially increase cost, introduce procurement irregularities, and heighten the risk of parceling, which is the deliberate and artificial division of purchases of goods, services, and construction in order to circumvent statutory competitive requirement. Hundreds of transactions fall into this price category. In fiscal years 2023 and 2024, transactions under $50,000 were valued at between $15 million to $18 million. This would be $15 to $18 million of taxpayer money spent that would not be viewable or available to all vendors that could be considered, and requests for quotes and bids may be solicited to the limited group that a procuring agency deems to be on the favorites list. The public wants greater transparency and accountability and fairness, and they want to reduce the potential or appearances of favoritism and potential corruption. Thank you.
Representative Quinlan.
In support, Madam Speaker.
Please proceed.
Inflation.
Report number 137, 138, 140. Top of page 42, report number 141. Representative Keela.
Hello, Madam Speaker, in support.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, today in the legislature, we are funding what will be the first multi-ethnic cohort study to look at cancer and how it affects not just the state of Hawaii, but our disproportionately lack of disaggregated data for Native Hawaiians, Pacific Islanders, and Filipinos. We know for a fact that cancer doesn't affect everyone equally. Native Hawaiian women have the highest rates of breast cancer, Filipino women lead in ovarian and thyroid cancer, and Pacific Islanders are often diagnosed too late and face the worst outcomes. As the Office of Hawaiian Affairs put it, the lack of this data is a form of structural racism. This bill's funding gives us a way forward, and I want to thank the legislature for making this a priority. The University of Hawaii Cancer Center is the only National Cancer Center Institute designated in the Pacific. The study will focus on lifestyle, resilience, and environmental exposures, including the health risk of families living near landfills. This is not a one-off investment, but it lays the foundation for long-term funding, better health outcomes, and the opportunity for us to not just respond, but look for a way forward to support our families. We heard from Michaela, a young Native Hawaiian woman from Waianae whose family has been through it all, Becky, who lost her family and now serves on the UH Cancer Center's advisory board, and Mark, a survivor of 3 different cancers. When we are moving this bill forward, we are reaffirming our commitment to communities, and we're saying to our survivors and caregivers that you folks matter and your story matters. This is a chance to act on prevention, early detection, and root causes. And this bill starts the conversation with data and community at the center. So colleagues, in Hawaii, we're taking care of our people no matter what's happening, and I want to thank our legislature for putting this forward.
Representative Chan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support, and I'd like to adopt the comments by the representative from Nanakuli.
So ordered.
And request additional written comments.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Report number 144, 153, 154. Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
Thank you. My concern is that this bill may effectively reduce funding for the arts in Hawaii. And because we don't have physical notes, I can't be sure, but just the mere change in funding sources from 1% of all state fund appropriations for capital improvements designated for the construction and renovation costs, and we're moving it to just 1% of all general obligation bonds for capital improvement appropriations designated for the construction or renovation of state buildings after each agency receives the general obligation bond funds. I'm concerned that there may be less funds, less predictability of how much and when the funds will come available. For those reasons, I am in opposition.
Representative Peruso.
In support.
Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, at a recent community forum focused on the implications of the actions of the new federal administration on working families, we heard very clearly that our communities see the arts and the humanities as a bulwark against authoritarianism, primarily because they foster diversity of creative expression, critical thinking, and interconnectedness. DOGE has already eliminated all of the National Endowment for the Humanities grants and is currently attacking the National Endowment of the Arts. I am aware of the reasoning behind the shift in funding for our own State Foundation on Culture and the Arts, and I appreciate the efforts of the chair of that committee and the vice speaker to preserve existing state funding, understanding that moving forward, this will be an area where we will need to be vigilant because the foundation is dependent on federally funded positions.
Conference Committee Report number Representative Grandinetti on 154. Yeah, please proceed.
In support with just a brief comment.
Please proceed.
I understand this bill is necessary to bring us into compliance, and I really appreciate the huge amount of work and care that went into maintaining arts funding through an understandably kind of scary and uncomfortable transition. But I just rise only to say that I hope we can remain committed to fully funding the arts beyond this session and into future sessions, regardless of the means of financing, because times are going to be tough, and those tough times are when we need the arts the most. Thank you.
Representative Bellotti.
Rise with reservations for the reasons set forth by the representatives from Wahiawa and Kaimuki. Thank you.
Representative Amato.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, in strong support, and I would like to request to adopt the words of the representative from Wahiawa because, oligarchy and Doge. Thank you.
So ordered. Representative Souza.
In support, I'd like to adopt the words of the representative from Wahiawa. Thank you.
So ordered. Representative Muraoka.
In opposition, and I'd like to thank the speaker previous to the last for helping make my decision.
Representative Capella.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support.
Please proceed.
I would first like to take the opportunity to thank our House Speaker for the opportunity to chair the Committee on Culture and the Arts and to tackle this measure that has been long outstanding. I would also like to thank you for your guidance and support that you've given a first-time chair trying to tackle something that is very complicated. I'd like to thank our finance chair and his team for their attention in getting this measure correct. And I'd like to thank the Department of Budget and Finance, the Attorney General's team, and the State Foundation, the Governor's Office, and the many artists who shared their voices over this session. This measure fully funds the State Foundation's positions, the museum, also known as Capital Modern, the Artists in the Schools program, and Community Grants program based on the numbers provided by the State Foundation. This bill protects and preserves the historic 1% given from capital improvement from that mechanism, and simply clarifies that money flowing into the Works of Art Special Fund will be comprised of only general obligation funds, bond funds, and it also introduces a new cap mechanism for the Works of Art Special Fund, transferring an annual amount of the lesser of $3 million or $15 million minus the unencumbered fund balance from the prior fiscal year. This measure makes sure that the money in the account is manageable for the comptroller while still ensuring that there is an adequate amount of money to support the Works of Art Special Fund for the commissioning and acquisition of new art. By clarifying the use and authorization of the special fund through the cap and transfer mechanism and fully funding the foundation's needs, we not only bring the state into compliance with federal IRS bond requirements, but also ensure that the capital in the special fund is not left idle or used improperly. Instead, this measure guarantees that the money is spent annually on commissioning and acquiring new art, directly supporting our local artists. This bill does not take away from the important programs of the foundation and what the foundation offers to our state. Instead, it secures longevity and the capability of it. Additionally, I'm incredibly excited about this measure, including performing arts grant funding that ensures $300,000 to support performing artists and performing arts events across our state. The dance teacher and choreographer in my heart is leaping with joy. Finally, I have heard some of the hesitancy. I understand and acknowledge the concerns, but I'm incredibly proud of this bill because it shows our deep commitment as a body to uplifting the arts and providing stability and protection for the future of arts funding. Change is hard, it's scary, and it's uncomfortable, but it's incredibly necessary, and this measure is a stepping stone to ensure that clearer lines of communication between the State Foundation and the legislature exist so that we can better support the good work of the foundation as we all work collectively and collaboratively to increase arts funding and arts access across Hawaii. As someone whose life has not only been shaped by dance, but was truly saved by it, it is a privilege to have worked on crafting this measure. In dark times, I think the world needs something beautiful to light a path forward. Art is that path because art is life. And this measure ensures our commitment to help light that path for everyone in Hawaii.
Representative Todd,
In support.
please proceed.
I just wanted to adopt the words for our culture from the Culture and Arts Chair.
So ordered. Representative Quinlan.
Same request.
So ordered. Representative Tam.
Same request.
So ordered. Representative La Chica.
Same request.
So ordered.
And may also adopt the words from the representative from Kaimuki.
So ordered. Representative Kahaloa.
Same request as the tourism chair.
So ordered.
In support.
Representative Liloy.
Thank you. Same request to adopt the words of our chair from the Culture and Arts.
So ordered. Representative Kush.
Same request. I'd like to adopt the words of my fellow Hawaii Island representative.
So ordered. Representative Olds.
Same request.
So ordered. Representative Souza.
Second time, same request. Thank you.
So ordered. Representative Bellotti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A second time with reservations and just a brief comment.
Please proceed.
I wanted to connect this bill with my comments previously on the budget. One of the things I am concerned about is that because we're restructuring the State Art Museum, State Foundation, and we're shifting them to A funds, the fact that our budget is going to be built potentially on presumptions of restrictions and cuts and lapses that will have to occur so that we have a balanced budget. I hope that the funds for arts in this budget process in this year, in the next year, are not going to be further cut and are somehow preserved, because like so many of the speakers ahead of us, arts are the things that are already being chopped, and we know that they are, in fact, lifelines to so many in our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, we'll turn to Conference Committee Report number 158. Top of page 43, number 159. 160, 162. Representative Bellotti.
Madam Speaker, in opposition.
Please proceed.
I'm very concerned that this bill targets a co-equal branch of government. I understand some of the policy reasons why we may want to reduce the multiplier for the judiciary, but I think if we are going to go down this approach, we should be looking at the executive and the legislative branches as well. For those reasons, Madam Speaker, I stand in opposition. Thank you.
Representative Peruso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand in opposition. Understanding that this measure, like the plan for farm to schools, did not originate in this chamber, I am still particularly concerned about the way in which it undermines the balance of powers and the constitutional necessity of 3 equal branches. I think that it's important that we understand that unlike elected officials, judges already face strict outside income bans and a mandatory retirement age of 70. Retirement benefits therefore loom fairly large in their consideration of total compensation. And we know that applications have fallen statewide since 2019, especially for neighbor island seats, which leads to repeated deadline extensions and long-running vacancies. Hopefully, the salary commission's changes will help to alleviate some of that, but challenging the salary commission's recommendations, I think, undermines the possibility for positive outcomes. And I understand that the Salary Commission already understood the multiplier that all of those in Class A benefit from, and they did not choose to reduce the compensation just for the pension compensation for judges. So I worry that Article 16, Section 3.5 of the Hawaii State Constitution, in creating the Salary Commission, the intention was to depoliticize compensation across the branches. So targeting judges, which this bill clearly does, reverses that safeguard, and it really does invite branch-to-branch retaliation and erodes public confidence in an impartial judiciary. So for those reasons, I am opposed to this measure.
Representative Amato.
With reservations.
So ordered. Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you,
Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition and ask that the words of the representative from Wahiawa be entered into the record as my own.
So ordered. Representative Souza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In opposition, and I would like the words of the representatives from Makiki and Wahiawa entered into the record as my own. Thank you.
So ordered. Representative Reyes-Oda.
Reservations, and when appropriate, can we go back to 160?
Okay, let's finish up 162. Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In opposition, and I request the words of the representative from Wahiawa to be accepted as my own. Thank you.
So ordered. Okay, members, seeing no further discussion on report number 162, we're going to go back to report number 160. Representative Reyes-Oda.
Thank you. Reservations.
So ordered. Okay, turning to report number 165. Representative La Chica.
Madam Speaker, in support.
Please proceed.
Just really excited about this bill. Wanted to mahalo the Speaker for truly championing this bill, but it provides tremendous opportunity for our students to gain the necessary experience both in the public and private sectors, the experience that they need to succeed in their pathways, in their careers. So also permission to insert additional comments.
So ordered. Report number 178. Top of page 44, report number 180. 181. 187. 189. Top of page 45, 191. 192. Representative Souza.
With reservations and
so ordered.
Permission to enter written comments into the journal.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Report number 193, Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition and with comments.
Please proceed.
Private development of housing or mixed uses on private land as contemplated by this act shall be exempt from all applicable state and county procurement requirements, impact fees, and other exactions. While it's not defined in this bill what an exaction is, it is a government-imposed requirement that a project developer provides certain public benefits to offset the impacts of the project on the public. So I'm concerned that this bill will supersede a county's home rule to require developers to pay certain fees or to help the public in a certain way. And this bill will allow the private developer to bypass those requirements. For this reason, I'm opposed to this bill.
Representative Hussey.
Madam Speaker, with reservations and a request to add written comments to the journal.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Representative Amato.
Reservations.
So ordered. Conference Committee Report number 194. 195. Top of page 46, report number 196. Representative Iwamoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. Report number 197. Representative Chun.
In support and request written comments.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Representative Morikawa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can we have a brief recess?
Recess, subject to the call of the chair. Will the House come to order? Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, on the measures before us, all majority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 38, CCR number 113, SB number 447, HD1, CD1, Rep. Garrett votes no. On page 39, CCR number 117, SB number 1502, SD1, HD1, CD1, the following vote no. Grandinetti, Peruso, Poi Poi. For CCR number 118, SB number 583, SD2, HD1, CD1, the following vote no. Grandinetti, Peruso, Tam. On page 41, CCR number 134, SP number 383, SD2, HD1, CD1, Rep. Iwamoto votes no. On page 42, CCR number 154, HB number 1378, HD2, SD2, CD1, the following vote no. Hasi Iwamoto. On page 43, CCR number 160, SB number 934, SD2, HD1, CD1, Rep. Kong votes no. For CCR number 162, SB number 935, SD2, HD3, CD1, the following vote no. Belatti, Hasi, Iwamoto, Peruso. On page 45, CCR number 191, SP number 589, SD1, HD3, CD1, Rep. Kong votes no. CCR number 192, SP number 662, SD1, HD3, CD1, Rep. Amato votes no. CCR number 193, SP number 739, SD2, HD1, CD1, the following vote no. Belatti, Iwamoto, Poi Poi.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the measures before us, all minority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 37, CCR 99, SP 321, SD1, HD2, CD1, Garcia votes no. CCR 100, SP 344, SD1, HD2, CD1, Garcia and Perrick vote no. CCR 102, SB 1008, HD1, CD1, Reps. Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Muraoka, and Perrick vote no. CCR 105, HB 1055, HD1, SD1, CD1, Rep. Perrick votes no. CCR 108, HB 316, HD1, SD1, CD1, Reps. Garcia, Muraoka, and Perrick vote no. Page 38, CCR 109, HB 506, HD1, SD2, CD1, Rep. Perrick votes no. CCR 111, SB 960, SD1, HD2, CD1, Reps. Muraoka and Perrick vote no. CCR 113, SB 447, HD1, CD1, Reps. Garcia and Muraoka vote no. CCR 115, SB 1300, SD1, HD1, CD1, Reps. Muraoka and Perrick vote no. Page 39, CCR 116, SB 1304, SD2, HD1, CD1, Rep. Perrick votes no. CCR 117, SB 1502, SD1, HD1, CD1, Rep. Perrick votes no. CCR 118, SB 583, SD2, HD1, CD1, Rep. Reyes Oda votes no. CCR 120, SB 264, SD1, HD1, CD1, Rep. Perrick votes no. Page 40, CCR 123, SB 1469, SD2, HD2, CD1, Reps. Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Muraoka, Shimizu, and Perrick vote no. CCR 127, SB 933, SD2, HD1, CD1, Reps. Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Muraoka, and Perrick vote no. CCR 128, HB 774, HD2, SD1, CD1, Rep. Perrick votes no. CCR 129, HB 650, HD1, SD1, CD1, Rep. Perrick votes no. Page 41, CCR 133, HB 97, Rep. Garcia votes no. CCR 137, HB 718, HD1, SD1, CD1. Rep. Perrick votes no. CCR 138, HB 1169, HD1, SD2, CD1. Rep. Perrick votes no. CCR 140, HB 1171, HD2, SD1, CD1. Rep. Perrick and Garcia votes no. Page 42, CCR 141, HB 1300, HD1, SD1, CD1. Rep. Perrick votes no. CCR 144, SB 855, SD1, HD1, CD1. Reps. Garcia and Shimizu vote no. CCR 153, HB 133, HD2, SD1, CD1. Rep. Perrick votes no. CCR 154, HB 1378, HD2, SD2, CD1. Reps. Garcia and Perrick vote no. CCR 158, HB 134, HD1, SD1, CD1. Reps. Garcia and Morooka vote no. Page 43, CCR 159, HB 550, HD2, SD1, CD1. Reps. Garcia and Morooka vote no. CCR 160, SB 934, SD2, HD1, CD1. Reps. Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Morooka, Shimizu, and Perrick vote no. CCR 162, SB 935, SD2, HD3, CD1. Reps. Garcia, Matsumoto, Morooka, Shimizu, Perrick, and Souza vote no. CCR 178, HB 1064, HD2, SD2, CD1. Reps. Garcia and Perrick vote no. Page 44, CCR 187, HB 613, HD1, SD1, CD1. Reps. Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Morooka, and Shimizu vote no. CCR 189, HB 431, HD2, SD2, CD1. Reps. Garcia, Morooka, and Perrick vote no. Page 45, CCR 191, SB 589, SD1, HD3, CD1. Reps. Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Morooka, Reyes Oda, and Perrick vote no. CCR 193, SB 739, SD2, HD1, CD1. Reps. Garcia, Morooka, Shimizu, and Perrick vote no. CCR 194, SB 865, SD1, HD2, CD1. Rep. Perrick votes no. CCR 195, SB 1146, SD1, HD1, CD1. Rep. Perrick votes no. Page 46, CCR 196, SB 1220, SD2, HD1, CD1. Reps. Garcia and Perrick vote no. One more. CCR 197, SB 1252, SD2, HD1, CD1. Perrick votes no.
Representative Garcia, can I please clarify on Conference Committee Report number 115? Representative Morooka votes no? Yeah, page 38.
Page 38, CCR 115, SB 1300, no votes for Morooka and Perrick. No vote for Perrick.
And Representative Muraoka
I'm a yes vote.
on Conference Committee Report 115. Thank you for the clarification. And then also on page 42, Conference Committee Report number 154. Representative Muraoka, you're in opposition. Page 42, Conference Committee Report number 154.
154, yes.
Okay. Confirming you're a no vote.
No vote, yes.
Thank you. Members, have all votes been cast? Said bills pass final reading. Representative Todd.
Madam Speaker, with the exception of Conference Committee Report number 200 and 233, I move to adopt the Conference Committee reports listed on pages 47 through 56, and that the accompanying House and Senate bills as amended pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion on these items, beginning with Conference Committee Report number 201? Representative Iwamoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. Conference Committee Report number 205, 206, top of page 48, 208, 210, 211. Representative Amato.
Reservations.
So ordered. Representative Iwamoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. Report number 212. Representative Souza.
With reservations and
So
permission.
ordered.
Thank you, and permission to enter written comments into the journal.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Report number 213. Representative La Chica.
In strong support.
Please proceed.
I rise today with deep gratitude and strong support for House Bill 862, HD1, SD1, CD1. Since I first joined this body, I've worked on fixing the school bus crisis. And I know many of you are sick of hearing of me speaking about the school bus issue. I know the department is very much so sick of me talking about the school bus issue. But it's really because I've heard firsthand from many of the families in my district and from across the state of how many students have been left without reliable transportation. But today I'm proud to see this bill make it to final reading, but I'm even more grateful to our education chair, who was a true partner in helping me shepherd this bill across the finish line in the very, very final hours. I also want to thank House leadership and the transportation and finance chairs and Ways and Means chairs in both the House and Senate. This couldn't have been passed without their support. House Bill 862 makes permanent Governor's emergency proclamation that expands the pool of qualified drivers by allowing vans, small buses, and motor coaches, not just your traditional yellow school buses, to be used for student transport under specific safety standards. This measure also opens the door for new vendors and drivers who want to help get our students safely to school and gives our Department of Education the flexibility it needs to respond to driver shortages. In fact, the department just held a press conference yesterday highlighting how this very bill builds on emergency efforts that have already helped restore 125 bus routes this year. This is a meaningful step forward for families who have faced daily uncertainty just trying to get their kids to school on time. So big mahalo again to this body, and I encourage my colleagues to support this measure.
Conference Committee Report number 214, 215. Representative Keela.
Mahalo, Madam Speaker, in support.
Please proceed.
I want to first thank House leadership for allowing me the opportunity to work this session chairing the Transportation Committee. I think one of the largest consequential pieces of legislation to address was what is and what is not an e-bike. Across the island is one of the biggest things we've heard throughout the state is that we haven't kept up with the laws of the streets. Riders are confused, parents are worried, and officers cannot enforce what needs to be defined. Our pedestrians, our kupuna and keiki, need to feel safe. Right now, we have no framework to regulate the proliferation and influx of what has been known as e-bikes and illegal e-bikes. This bill is an opportunity to change that. This is a result of months of hard work by not just the legislature, the agencies, and the people as well who's participated to try to make this a uniform act to move forward, that after this bill is enrolled and hopefully signed by the governor, that the police department and communities across the state have the opportunity to feel safe. We're going to be moving forward by making sure that we ban vehicles that are not classified for road usage as electric bicycles. They look like an electric bicycle, but they are not. This establishes also the safe riding rules for all these vehicles. It protects our youth to make sure that they're safe while using these vehicles. But we're also going to make sure that these e-bikes are no longer allowed in certain places and certain spaces. Also, with the adoption of this measure, we're going to be working closely with the Department of Transportation, the Department of Consumer Commerce and Affairs, and the individual counties to allow them to expand the rulemaking processes to address all of these things that have occurred and that are rising. I want to make clear that this bill also does preserve and does not apply to any mobility devices protected under the Americans with Disability Act. These provisions will take effect upon approval, but we do have a delayed start date for labeling and signage. I want to give a sincere gratitude to Director Ed Sniffen, Department of Transportation, the Honolulu Police Department, the retailers who worked with us, the parents and educators and safety advocates, my Senate counterpart in Transportation, Senator Lee, my Vice Chair, and every other Chair and Vice Chair that worked to help make this measure better. With HB 958, we're not just catching up. We are setting a standard, and we listened, we partnered, and we delivered. At this time, I'd like to yield to my Vice Chair for further comments.
Representative Grandinetti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As Vice Chair of Transportation, I want to mahalo my chair for his leadership. In support. Thank you. I want to mahalo my chair for his leadership and the countless hours of work that went into bringing this bill to its final form. This measure is very technical, but it will have an everyday impact on our streets, sidewalks, and the lives of our constituents. For years, we've seen the proliferation of e-bikes and scooters with very little guidance and regulation. And while these technologies offer exciting advancements in sustainable micromobility, they've also led to a lot of frustration. Door knocking in my district, I heard from Kupuna who are concerned about teens flying down our roadways without helmets, pedestrians frustrated with e-bikes zooming past them on our sidewalks, avid cyclists like my dad who are very confused by regulations and very frustrated by the increasing numbers of unsafe riders on our roads, and law enforcement officers who are unclear about their ability to enforce. This bill addresses many of these concerns. It provides clarity for retailers, protections for consumers, and fairness for law enforcement. It gives counties the tools they've asked for and riders the information they deserve, and it gives our keiki the safeguards they need to learn and ride safely. This bill brings structure, consistency, and fairness to the e-bike conversation, and I'm personally really excited about the way that this added clarity will aid our efforts to expand micromobility and create streets that are safe for all those who walk, drive, roll, or pedal. I respectfully urge my colleagues to support HB 958. Mahalo.
Conference Committee Report number 260.
First, I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to chair your Committee on Tourism. Second, I want to also thank the Chair of Economic Development and Tourism in the Senate, as well as the previous Tourism Chair and now our current Majority Leader for their help in working on this bill and their previous service to this committee. Madam Speaker, this bill represents our efforts to restore public trust to the Hawaii Tourism Authority. Tourism remains one of our leading industries and economic markets, but for too long we have allowed the actions of this authority to operate without the appropriate level of oversight and accountability. Tourism in Hawaii is changing, and as we usher in this next era of mindful visitors and tourism into our home, we must do so with a renewed sense of responsibility. While this may not solve all the issues that is outstanding, this is a step in the right direction to ensure that the authority carries out its intended goals of destination management and ensuring that we continue to have a sustainable tourism economy. Madam Speaker, I ask that we all vote in support of this measure.
Representative Quinlan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support,
please proceed.
May I adopt the words of the Chair of Tourism, especially the part about thanking me.
So ordered. Conference Committee Report number 217. Representative Kush.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too would like to thank my committee chair and all those who, in strong support. Thank you. Thank my committee chair and all those who helped this bill move forward, penned by the senator from North Hawaii Island. It's SB 1249, also known as Duke's Law. It's a bill that takes decisive action to protect Hawaii farmers and strengthen our agricultural security. Agricultural crime, whether it's theft, vandalism, trespassing, or illegal hunting, it's a growing problem that puts immense pressure on the very people we depend on for food security, economic stability, and land stewardship. These crimes are often difficult to prosecute, they're underreported and poorly tracked. So this bill establishes an agricultural crime prevention program within the Department of Agriculture and allows us to coordinate efforts, collect data, provide education, and issue grants to support those most vulnerable in these offenses. It also strengthens and clarifies penalties to ensure real deterrents are in place. This measure is named Duke's Law in honor of Cranston Duke Pia. He was a dedicated rancher who lost his life, and a legacy that reminds us of the importance of protecting those who feed our communities. It's not just about punishment, it's about prevention, respect, and investing in the future of local agriculture. By passing this bill, we send a strong message. Hawaii stands with its farmers. Let's give them the support they deserve. And I urge my colleagues to vote in favor. Thank you so much.
Representative Kahaloa.
In strong support.
Please proceed.
May I please adopt the words of the Vice Chair and the Committee of Agriculture and Food Systems with a brief comment.
So ordered. Please proceed.
Thank you. I just, want to acknowledge all the words of our Vice Chair, but also recognize that throughout session, for any member who sat on the committees that heard this measure, that the Pia family sat in all of those hearings, including conference committee, as well as other ranchers who feel the impacts of what happens when we do nothing with agricultural crime, when theft of animals, which is their financial livelihoods, or when family members perish because of the inability to manage agricultural crime. So I think this measure is deeply personal for many. When the bill passed conference committee, we had members cry after passing the measure. So I just want to thank everyone who worked on this bill. I think there's a lot more work to continue to strengthen agricultural crimes statute and legislation, but in the meantime, we work really hard to start this omnibus bill for agricultural crimes. So I'm really proud of all the work everyone did, including the Attorney General's office. They deserve a really big shout out for their help in really making this a bigger and better piece of legislation. Thank you.
Representative Matayoshi.
In support, and may I please adopt the words of the previous speaker.
So ordered. Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support also and would request that the words of the Agriculture Chair and the Vice Chair from the Hawaii Island be adopted as my own. Thank you.
So ordered. Representative Lamasao.
Same request. Thank
So ordered. Representative Iwamoto.
Support with reservations.
So ordered. Top of page 50, Conference Committee Report number 218. Representative Reyes Oda.
Reservations.
So ordered. Report number 219. Representative Iwamoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. Representative Matayoshi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In opposition.
Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, there are three main parts of this bill, and two of them are totally fine. We colloquially call this bill the securitization bill because that's really what it started off as. And the securitization portion of this bill, I think, is fantastic. And I really want to give credit to the chair of EEP for her work in narrowing the securitization concept down to just wildfire hardening, which has a direct nexus in lowering electricity bills for all ratepayers across the state. I think that portion of the bill is very strong, and I would honestly love to see that portion of the bill made into law. There's a second portion of the bill requiring a study to be done. Again, a great idea. A lot of states across the nation are dealing with wildfire problems right now, from the East Coast to the West Coast, and it's a good idea to take a look at what other states are doing, and not only that, but to take a look at what they're doing, whether what they're doing affects the electric utilities credit rating, which then directly impacts the amount ratepayers are paying for electricity. So in that sense, I think that's a great idea to do the study. I think we need more information, and that will help guide our future decisions. The portion of the bill that I am in opposition for, and therefore must unfortunately be in opposition of the entire bill, is the limitation of liability section. And this section has gone through many iterations throughout the course of the session. What it landed on, Madam Speaker, is, I think, a mistake. We are, as a body, delegating our authority to the Public Utilities Commission, the PUC, to make two decisions. One, how high the limitation of liability should be, and two, whether the limitation of liability should be on a per occurrence basis or on a time frame basis. A per occurrence basis, I think everyone understands. A wildfire happens, as soon as you get to the liability cap for economic damages, it stops, and the public utility, in this case HECO or whatever utility, or maybe KIUC on Kauai, would not be liable for economic damages beyond that point for that wildfire. The second option is a time frame option. So the PUC would be responsible for determining how long a time frame, let's say 5 or 10 years, and all wildfires, catastrophic wildfires within that time period would stack up until you reach that point where the limitation of liability cap is, and everything after that would be gone. So if you are unfortunately in the second or third wildfire within that time period, you may be left with almost no cap left. The bill unfairly favors certain wildfire victims over others, and honestly, I don't even think we should be pitting wildfire victims against each other to begin with. Unfortunately, when I spoke to the PUC and asked them their opinion on what they were leaning towards, the PUC told me that if given the choice, they were going to be leaning towards the time frame option because they thought that was more predictable. And they're right, that it would make HECO's liability more predictable in that time frame because it would be capped. But I honestly think that that's the wrong choice. And when we delegate our responsibility to another body, I think that we are not doing our job as legislators here in this body. There are some other fairly fatal, or there's one fairly fatal flaw I want to point out in the bill in just the drafting. In Section 1, under 269-B, PUC rulemaking, the term electric utility in this section is defined as only co-ops, so it would not apply to HECO. The chair of EEP put in a lot of good work that I really appreciate and agree with in putting a lot of restrictions on what the PUC must consider, things, very vital things like the impact of the state's insurance market, impact of credit rating, impacts on future plaintiffs, customer utility rates, and the list goes on. Because Section 1 defines electric utility as just a co-op, all of these requirements would not apply to HECO, were the PUC to proceed with this for limitation of liability cap to HECO. Not only that, but one of the checks that we put on the PUC, which was allowing the governor kind of a final veto, a final yes or no on whatever limitation of liability cap applies.
Representative Holt?
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield my time.
Thank you. So ordered.
The restriction that we put allowing the governor that last say would not apply to HECO. It would only apply to an electric co-op. So that restriction, I think, which again I agree with, would not apply in this situation were we to pass this bill without amending it. The appeal process to the Supreme Court is in Section 1. It would only apply to an electric utility which is defined as a co-op. So again, it would not apply to HECO. A lot of these restrictions that we put in to try to control this process don't apply here. And I think that's a fatal flaw in the bill, and I really urge my colleagues to take a look at that when considering whether this bill is in a form that adequately protects the public, that adequately protects the ratepayers in your district. Again, the per event language really disturbs me. The judicial mechanism for determining damages doesn't really work in the case of a time frame. If a fire happens in year 1 and a fire happens in year 2, I don't know how the courts consolidate all the claims and fairly decide who gets what under the cap. There's just no real way of knowing it. But we kind of leave that open to I'm guessing the PUC, because if we apply what's in the bill, I think a lot of wildfire victims are going to be left holding the bag. And lastly, HECO's credit rating. The whole point of doing this is to lower HECO's credit rating so that they can get loans at a lower rate so that they don't have to pass as much of a financial burden onto the ratepayers. Noble goal, something I completely agree with. I think everyone wants HECO to have a better credit rating, to pull itself back up, to be able to lower electricity rates for everyone. But HECO has never told me and never shown me that a limitation liability cap would actually be factored into the credit rating agency's consideration, or it would actually lower their credit rating. So what are we doing here? I struggle to understand why we are possibly disenfranchising future wildfire victims in order to kind of take a stab at a maybe. I think, honestly, I think we got to know what we're voting for here. And I want everyone here to really think about what they're voting for. I think at the end of the day, what we're doing is we're voting on whether or not to possibly leave future wildfire victims without recourse for economic damages. This doesn't touch torts, this doesn't touch personal injury, this doesn't touch wrongful death, but those people in our state that are underinsured or uninsured may be left holding the bag, and that's something I cannot support at this time. Not for the reasons given by HECO, not for the reasons given by other people advocating for this bill. So I urge my colleagues to please vote against this. Thank you.
Representative Lowen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Okay, there's a number of things to address there, and I would just start with in support. Some of the major concerns seem to hinge around the idea that there's a incorrect definition of electric utility. We ran that by the Attorney General yesterday. They are comfortable with the definition and that it would apply to investor-owned utilities and cooperatives. So they are the body tasked with interpreting these laws. So I'm comfortable with the definition that's in the bill now, and that the safeguards that we put in there surrounding electric utilities will stand. Okay, there's a lot to say about this bill, and I did not write a speech, so bear with me. The securitization piece, again, all along I've said this is kind of, to me, the easier part of the bill, even though the word securitization over the course of the past 2 years has gotten conflated with some give to the utility. Securitization is a tool used by, I think, more than 30 states to give electric utilities access to low-cost financing. Typically, it is used for things like infrastructure investments, which is what we're authorizing it for here. And I'm very comfortable with that because it's a direct savings to ratepayers, and it also ensures that that work of implementing the wildfire mitigation plan and doing infrastructure work gets done at the lowest possible cost to ratepayers. The original conception of the bill, which was Hawaiian Electric's vision of it, included this wildfire recovery fund. And that's the part that, on going through session, many of us were not comfortable with. Because what that did was put a fee on ratepayer bills to fund this recovery fund that would go towards paying future liabilities. So in effect, you're putting ratepayers and future victims on the hook for footing the bill to pay for their own claims. And I think that, when you look what happened post-Lahaina, where the utility, to the maximum, at least the extent that was reached in the settlement, and I think the extent that they felt they were capable, had to dig really deep to come up with the funds, and they're still trying to figure out how to come up with the funds for the settlement to pay victims. And so I think leaving it open and not establishing that fund is a much better approach. So that third part of the bill, the study, I'm kind of ambiguous on because I don't think I support the idea of establishing a fund that way. If it's something HECO wants to do on their own to have some set aside, they can do that. If they want to do it without using ratepayer funds or state funds or other forms of funding besides their own funds, they do not have to come to the state for authorization. The liability cap part of the bill, and I think this is the stickiest part, and certainly there's a lot of open-ended questions. And I think that that's the reason why we ended up where we did, because this is an emerging issue across all the Western states who are kind of grappling with how to deal with increasing wildfire events in Western states and the stress that that puts on electric utilities who are tasked with an obligation to provide service to their customers and who need to be financially solvent in order to continue to do that at low cost to ratepayers. And so I think as we progressed through session, it became clear that we couldn't just sort of pick an approach out of thin air and that it required a little more time and deliberation. And so I think that I'm comfortable with this idea of passing it on to the Public Utilities Commission to do this through a rulemaking process, which could take a couple years and has a lot of opportunity for input from stakeholders to consider all the possible approaches, whether it is a number that we pick, like $1 billion had been discussed during session, whether the liability limitation is based on a % of the market cap of the company, or the revenue stream, their rate base, or some other kind of approach some states have done per individual. And I think that the question that was raised by the chair of the Consumer Protection Committee about the per event versus per time period, I think is a legitimate concern, because when I look at it, I think that I agree, and I think most people who take some time to think about it will agree that the per event approach is the one that makes sense. And that was always the House position. I think that we ended up just leaving it, again, open-ended, as we did with many other factors in the bill, where the PUC can look at these different options and weigh the pros and cons and hear from experts and do the analysis.
Representative Todd?
I yield my time.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if I've ever given a speech I had to have time yielded for before in 13 years. And so, as much as I understand also the concern, so I think that I don't disagree with what I think is the preferred approach, but I think that it's appropriate to let that be considered in a deliberative way. And I also spoke to the chair of the PUC yesterday, and just to confirm with them after this claim had been made that the PUC has not even yet established the framework for the rulemaking process, let alone having a predetermined outcome of what they expect the outcome to be. So I don't know where the miscommunication was there. I assume it was just a miscommunication, but I think the idea that the PUC, in advance of us even having passed this bill off the floor or having it go to the governor for signature, has already decided on the outcome is a bit hard to believe, and that is not the answer I got when I spoke with the PUC. So I just want to make that clear to everyone, because were that the case, that would be very concerning. And then finally, this bill has, very clear, well, first of all, in the bill directly, in establishing the liability cap, that comes with a couple contingencies. One is that the utility must have a wildfire mitigation plan, and that has to be being implemented as on a timeline that's approved by the commission. And the second is that they need to be compliant with any conditions that are placed on the cap by the PUC, throughout the rulemaking process. And we laid out very clear directives in the bill for the PUC to look at factors to place conditions on this, and this is kind of our opportunity to really push the public utility to do better. So that includes looking at affordability, looking at how hard they're working to achieve our clean energy and climate goals, looking at reliability, company management, interconnection, costs, and all of these things. And so I think that every state has taken a little bit different approach. So when people make claims this has never been done anywhere before, you can say that about any state that's struggling with how to address this issue. But I do think that with the process that we're setting up, we're going to have an opportunity to give this difficult question the kind of time and analysis and resources that it deserves and that we really can't do in the time frame of a legislative session. And so it's not perfect, but it's my firm belief that we're doing something positive for customers here, and we're really trying to find a way to move forward. I think that the concern, I understand the idea of a liability cap is concerning to, victims or potential future victims. But the reality is that there's a real liability cap already. It's not like the utility paid an unlimited amount in the current settlement for Lahaina. And so I think it's just providing, it's not necessarily that we want to provide less than that, but just providing some certainty to the utility allows them to move forward and recover financially in a way that will also benefit all the ratepayers in the state and just provide us more stability. So I'll wrap it up there. Hopefully you won't hear from me again. Thanks.
Representative Peruso.
In strong support, and I'd like to have the words of the chair of EEP entered into the journal as if they were my own.
So ordered. Representative Todd.
Same request. In support.
So ordered. Representative Quinlan.
Same request.
So ordered. Representative Kush.
Same request.
So ordered. Representative Bellotti.
Same request.
So ordered. Representative Souza.
In support, same request.
So ordered. Representative Garrett.
Thank you. Rising in opposition.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do support the intent behind this bill to reduce wildfire risk and ensure the financial stability of our utilities. These are obviously important and timely goals. But like the chair of the Consumer Protection and Commerce Committee, I have serious concerns about one aspect of this measure, and it's that it delegates the authority on the important issue of liability caps for catastrophic wildfires to the Public Utilities Commission with only the governor's approval. That is not a minor detail. Decisions of this magnitude, decisions that affect the rights of wildfire victims and the financial liability of major utilities, should not be outsourced to an appointed commission. Those decisions belong here, in this chamber, where the process is deliberative, public, and accountable to the people. Madam Speaker, we were elected to make hard choices. Deferring this kind of responsibility to unelected regulators undermines the legislature's role as a co-equal branch of government. We should not be punting decisions that carry this level of consequence. For that reason alone, I must vote no. Thank you.
Turning next to Conference Committee Report number 220, Representative Kahaloa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In strong support.
Please proceed.
Colleagues, I rise in strong support to support House Bill 427. Thank you, members, for allowing me to help steward one of our House Majority Package bills relating to biosecurity. Hawaii's unique ecosystems, fragile agriculture, and isolation demand a robust and proactive approach to biosecurity. Invasive species threaten our environment, food security, and way of life. This measure takes a bold and necessary step by formally renaming the Department of Agriculture as the Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity. This change is far more than symbolic. It centralizes and strengthens our response to invasive pests and plant diseases under a unified department with clear leadership. HB 427 also creates a deputy chairperson for biosecurity, ensuring dedicated, high-level oversight of biosecurity operations. This bill empowers rapid response through a new biosecurity emergency declaration mechanism and lays the groundwork for transitional inspection facilities modeled after New Zealand's successful system. It also strengthens reporting requirements, creates a pest dashboard, and pest management plans. These reforms enhance our ability to prevent harmful organisms from ever entering our islands and provides tools to respond effectively when they do and when they've started to make home here in Hawaii. And by consolidating biosecurity authority, we eliminate, hopefully, bureaucratic fragmentation and put our resources where they're most effective. I'm grateful that between this bill and the budget, the legislature has funded over $26 million towards a comprehensive plan for biosecurity, funding the Department of Agriculture, Hawaii Invasive Species Council, Hawaii Ant Lab, and the Coconut Rhinoceros Beetle Response Team at UH. Passing this bill will make it clear Hawaii is serious about protecting our natural and agricultural resources, Mahalo members for your support of HB 427. Let's make Hawaii a national model for biosecurity excellence. Mahalo.
Representative Kush.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to adopt the words of the Agriculture and Food Systems chairs as if they were my own.
In support?
In support, strong support. Thank you. I was waiting for the
so
end.
ordered. Representative Tam.
Same request.
So ordered. Representative Peruso.
Same request.
So ordered. Representative Lowen.
Same request in support, and just want to take this opportunity to say what a pleasure it's been working with the chair of the Agriculture Committee and being on the committee. And even though I had expressed concerns about the move, the biosecurity measures, I think in Kirsten's hands, we're all in good hands. So, or the representative from Kona. Sorry. Thank you.
Representative Quinlan.
Same request. I'd like to adopt the words of the Chair of Agriculture.
So ordered. Representative Matsuyoshi.
Same request.
So ordered. Representative Lamosao.
Same request, Madam Speaker, and then may I also provide some further comment?
Please proceed.
I just want to thank the Chair of Agriculture for her hard work in this subject. When the governor vetoed a part of the funding last session, our agriculture industry took a really big hit, and I'm so happy that we further committed more funds to biosecurity. So I am in very strong support. Thank you.
Representative Martin.
I rise in support, but with some reservations.
Please proceed.
I don't have any reservations about the work of this House and our agriculture chair. I am concerned about the move of HISC from DLNR to DOA, or to our new DOA and biosecurity. The reason being that invasive pests are a problem in our oceans and our natural area, not just in our agricultural areas. And we have had some issues in the current Department of Agriculture with addressing invasive pests. So I do vote with reservations only out of concern that we don't see these changes that I hope happen before HISC is moved. Thank you.
Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support with a small reservation, but first I want to thank the Chair of Agriculture for her incredible work here and ask that her comments be entered into the record as my own.
Ordered.
Thank you. My concern is regarding transitional spaces. Obviously, that would be a huge financial burden to put on the individual private entities, and it is something that we as the public and stewards of the environment we should be collectively paying for these transitional spaces to prevent the spread of invasive species. So that's my only reservation, and I hope maybe it's something we could work on moving forward.
Representative Kila.
Thank you, Speaker. In strong support,
Please
may I
proceed.
please adopt the words of the Vice Chair of Water and Land and
So
the
ordered.
words of the Chair of Agriculture
So
and
ordered.
permission to enter further comments into the journal.
So ordered. Okay, Conference Committee Report number 221, Representative Todd.
Madam Speaker, I move to recommit Conference Committee Report number 221 and the attached proposed conference draft to Conference Committee.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion? Representative Quinlan.
In strong support, Madam Speaker.
Please proceed.
Mistakes were made. Well, one mistake was made. Although I am truly dedicated to this measure, and I think it's an important avenue for us to be able to get our value-added goods into the European Union. A member of the conference committee was unable to show up to vote, which we did not realize until afterwards. So procedurally, it is correct to recommit this bill, and I promise you all I will try again next year.
Seeing no further discussion, members will be taking a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion is carried. Members, we're back on the main motion. We're on top of page 51, Conference Committee Report number 223. Any discussion? Report number 225. Report number 226. 227. Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support with reservations. The original language of this bill was intended to protect our aquifers from putting any kind of landfill above it. Today, it seems like the City One is solely focused on ag lands, which is, yes, we also need to protect, but I am concerned about the aquifer situation. We need to protect our water. Thank you.
Representative Reyes-Oda.
Reservations.
So ordered. Representative Garcia.
In opposition and permission to insert comments in the journal.
So ordered. Representative Reyes-Oda.
Carries with comments.
Still with reservations?
Sorry, reservations and comments, yes.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Well, I agree that it is imperative to protect our agricultural lands and water resources from potential contamination from landfills. This measure leaves the City and County of Honolulu with no options for where to site a new landfill. The county has consistently testified that passing a measure like this would lead to an illegal expansion of the Waimanalo Gulch sanitary landfill. The west side of Oahu has had to house Oahu's waste facility for far too long, and I cannot fully support a measure that would prolong their burden.
Representative Quinlan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, in strong support.
Please proceed.
I'd really like to extend my thanks to the House and Senate chairs who worked on this measure. I want to point out that it still has very strong protections for our aquifers by using the underground injection control line as a demarcation point. And in the, human beings' hierarchy of needs, water may be at the top, but food is a very close second. So to protect our agricultural lands and to protect our precious fresh drinking water, I'm in strong support. Mahalo.
Representative Lowen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At the appropriate time, can we go back to StanCom Report 219?
Okay, let's finish up this one first. Representative Kila.
Mahalo, Madam Speaker. In opposition.
Please proceed.
I rise today not in opposition to the intent of what this measure is trying to accomplish, and not even into opposition to the introducer. But what I'm rising in opposition today is the fact that, wait, let me go back. The introducer is doing what any one of us would do, and that is responding to the needs and asks of their community. So I want to be absolutely clear. I support protecting drinking water. I support preserving Class A agricultural lands. So my vote of opposition is not anything in that. But the opposition is rooted in the fact what this bill would do and what it's going to prevent. If this bill becomes law, the proposed landfill site located inland will be rendered unusable. And that site, for all of its flaws, has been the only serious landfill alternative that we've had in a long time. And so in plain terms, the Nanakuli landfill will stay open. Once again, the Waianae Coast will be the waste area, and we are now at the hands of delay, indecision, and deferred responsibility. Our residents have lived next to this landfill for decades, breathing it, driving past it, raising our families in its shadow, and now we are probably having to face the reality it's going to stay open longer. But I want to talk about and be honest on how we got here. The city's own landfill working group has missed multiple deadlines. The site selection postponement has been repeated. And instead of making a decision, there is no backup plan, there's no timeline, and no public commitment to phase out the Nanakuli landfill, or what is known as the Waimanalo Gulch landfill. This isn't about land use. I want to go back to environmental justice. Because when the only viable option left for the native Hawaiian Pacific Island community of the west side of Oahu, we're not just choosing land, we're finding out who's going to absorb this cost. And I want to be clear to my colleagues, my opposition is not to the intent. And I actually understand why we should support this measure. My vote of opposition is mine, and I cast it on behalf of my district and the people who are now going to be facing this. We have not yet to reconcile our relationship with trash and waste. We burn what we can and we bury the rest. And the same communities carry this burden while we stall on the decision. It's not sustainable, and Madam Speaker, it's not pono. So I'm not voting no against water protection. I'm just voting no because we're removing one option without securing another. Nanakuli will be in the same situation with just little ways out. So I'm calling on the city and county to please plan a landfill siting and transition plan to commit to the 2028 closure of the Waimanalo Gulch landfill. Follow an enforceable timeline that the public can hold you folks accountable to. And let us find a statewide conversation how to reduce, manage, and dispose waste in a way that is fair, modern, and humane. I cast this vote in opposition with difficulty, but please know it's for those reasons and those reasons alone. Mahalo.
Representative Muraoka,
In opposition.
please proceed.
I'll keep it real short. We don't need the landfill in Anakuli anymore. We're sick and tired of being the trash can of the island.
Any further discussion on Conference Committee Report number 227? Representative Hussey.
With reservations and a request to insert written comments into the journal.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, we're going to go back to page 50 to Conference Committee Report number 219. Representative Lowen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support, and I just forgot to request permission to insert comments in the journal.
So ordered. Okay, members, we're back on page 51, Conference Committee Report number 228. Top of page 52, Report number 229. Representative Iwamoto.
Sorry, this is for 228.
Okay, we can go back to 228. Representative Iwamoto.
I rise in support with reservations and a brief comment.
Please proceed.
My reservations are with the over-reliance on revenue bonds to pay for debt services related to prior revenue bonds. There's a quote taken out of this CD1 draft, and it says, quote, "This is to help offset a portion of an increase in room and board costs that are due to increased debt services from said revenue bonds." So, it's this whole tail chasing of credit and debt, and I think we need to find a better, more productive, healthier solution. Thank you.
Representative Bellotti.
Thank you. With reservations and the same concerns noted by the representative from Kaka'ako.
Top of page 52, Conference Committee Report number 229. Number 230. Number 231. We're going to skip down to 234. Top of page 53, 235. 236. 237. 239. Top of page 54, 240, 242, 243. Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
I am concerned mostly with the over-reliance on general obligation bonds to fund so much of what we're trying to do here in the state. The Hawaii Constitution explicitly limits the amount of general obligation bonds we, the legislature, may issue in a given year. Hawaii Constitution Article 7, Section 13 states in relevant part, general obligation bonds may be issued by the state, provided that such bonds at the time of issuance would not cause the total amount of principal and interest payable in the current or any future fiscal year, whichever is higher, on such bonds and on all outstanding general obligation bonds to exceed a sum equal to 18.5% of the average of the general fund revenues of the state in 3 fiscal years immediately preceding issuance. So this bill in its CD1 form mentions that this particular article and section of the Constitution 12 times. And here's an excerpt from the CD1. As it is not possible to predict with a reasonable degree of certainty when a guarantee will change from a contingent liability to an actual liability, it is assumed in conformity with fiscal conservatism and prudence that all guarantees not otherwise excluded pursuant to Article 7, Section 13 of the Hawaii State Constitution will become due and payable in the same fiscal year in which the greatest amount of the principal and interest on general obligation bonds after exclusions occurs. Thus, based on these assumptions, all of the outstanding guarantees can be excluded. One might argue that just because a bill includes phrases like fiscal conservatism and prudence, it does not make that practice that is authorized by this bill fiscally conservative or prudent. And just because we base our spending policies on a list of assumptions, it does not verify the assumptions as true are correct. While HB 794 CD1 declares that Hawaii is not violating the Constitution by exceeding the debt limit, the data contained in the CD1 ironically offers both the amount of debt limit from GO bonds, or general obligation bonds, that we cannot exceed, which for years 2024 through 2025, because our net general fund revenue is $11 billion, then our 18.5% debt limit for the same fiscal year should not surpass $1.9 billion. It would be erroneous to assume that we can issue $1.9 billion in GO bonds this year, because that would assume we have no debt from previous years when Hawaii issued general obligation bonds that were not actually paid in the same fiscal year. In fact, on page 14 of the CD1, it provides the exact total amount of general obligation bonds not otherwise excluded by Article 7, Section 13 of the state constitution. For fiscal years 2024-25, we already carry GO bond debt of $9.5 billion. Remember now, the Constitution only permits $1.9 billion in debt. While the Attorney General submitted testimony on this bill, she did not mention one way or the other whether the final amounts listed in CD1 conformed with the constitutional debt limit. I recently confirmed that in the past, Hawaii would pay cash for CIP construction and renovations. However, more recently, we have cut tax revenue and are now forced to pay for things with credit. And this is exactly what a GO bond is. It is basically credit cards that future taxpayers need to pay back. In fact, many cities and states require voter referendums for GO bonds because it is a debt that future residents will have to pay back. Each individual GO bond is voted on. So for this reason, my concern with the over-reliance on debt, it is not economically healthy, and I'm concerned that it is also not constitutional. Thank you.
Representative Bellotti?
With reservations for the concerns raised by the representative from Kaka'ako.
So ordered. Representative Peruso.
Same request, and I just want to say I wanted to thank the speaker from Kaka'ako for bringing to my attention something that I did not previously know about.
Representative Yamashita.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, in support.
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. The annually or sometimes biannually, the state goes out to meet with the bond raters, which S&P and one more. But anyway, every year we go out there, and every year the state does very well in its bond rating because of our responsible debt ceiling. And we stay well below the 18.5%, and we always are commended by that.
Conference Committee Report number 244. Representative Muraoka.
In opposition.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker. I rise today with serious concerns regarding House Bill 795, which appropriates $1 million in general revenues to be deposited into the Emergency and Budget Reserve Fund, also called Rainy Day Fund. Let's be clear. This is the only bill this session that puts money into the Rainy Day Fund. The state's main budget bill, HB 300, does not include the $200 million deposit. That was removed. But this bill, HB 795, still sets aside $1 million. And while that may seem modest, it represents a huge missed opportunity. We are in a time when families across Hawaii are struggling. The cost of groceries, rent, utilities, and everyday necessities continue to rise. People are working 2, sometimes 3 jobs just to get by. Yet we talk about offering relief, like a tax credit, that could help pay for groceries or offset high utility bills. And then guess what? We don't do it. Instead, we squirrel away even more money into a fund that already holds nearly $1.5 billion with a B. Let me repeat that. Our rainy day fund is approaching $1.5 billion. How much more do we need to save before we acknowledge that it's already raining for our local families? In fact, it's storming for a lot of our local families. This moment demands compassion and courage. We should not allow financial orthodoxy to outweigh the immediate needs of our communities. $1 million could make a real difference in food assistance, rental subsidies, tax credits, yet we're choosing to hold it back. I cannot in good conscience support this appropriation when the people I represent are asking for help now.
Conference Committee Report number 245. Representative Bellotti.
Madam Speaker, in opposition.
Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, this bill raises a lot of concerns for me. It creates an automatic sunset on 13 tax credits. I received this information from the director from the Department of Taxation, and if I may I insert these credits into the journal as remarks.
So ordered.
I want to focus on 5 of these 13 because what we're sending the message for to the community as we automatically sunset all of these credits is not something that I think we should be sending. We are telling them that we want to cut things like credits to small businesses. The capital goods excise tax credit provides funds desperately needed by our small businesses. The renewable energy technologies income tax credit has moved the needle in us achieving our renewable energy goals. The healthcare preceptor income tax credit, which ensures that we can have clinicians working with individuals in the community that we need, nurses, doctors, specialists. The low-income housing tax credit, which yes, is supposed to sunset in 2027, but the director does say that this could be affected because we could extend that. But we're telling people in the community we don't want these tax credits. Another tax credit, very important, the research tax credit for research activities that spurs innovation and research in our communities. Now, Madam Speaker, I don't understand why we're automatically setting these tax credits at this time. We have put into the budget and we are supporting a study by UHERO to look at the effects and the economic effects of these things. But to sunset these now sends the message to folks who have come here and pleaded for us to do more with tax credits. It sends the message to folks in the film community, don't invest, don't come here, because we're not going to be committed to this potentially. And that's troubling. That's very troubling because legislators before us worked on these tax credits because they saw value in them. So I think this automatic sunsetting, and one last thing I will say, anyone want a tax credit next year, don't come because we're putting this into law. We might get something next year for a tax credit, but it's going to be sunset. So I think this is a really concerning measure, and I don't think that this is something that we should move on at this time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Souza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In opposition.
Please proceed.
Can I have the words of the representative from Waikiki inserted into the record as my own?
So ordered.
Thank you.
Representative Lowen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In opposition.
Please proceed.
This bill will put a blanket sunset date on a number of tax credits without, in my opinion, adequately considering the real-world impacts that doing this will have. And specifically for the renewable energy technology income tax credit, this will affect many businesses and hundreds of jobs across the state and will make it more challenging, if not impossible, for Hawaii's low and moderate income homeowners to participate in savings from renewable energy. Critics of this tax credit, and I'm focusing on the renewable energy tax credit, sometimes claim this is a tax credit for the wealthy, but that is not accurate. When the tax credit was new, it was likely more heavily utilized by affluent customers and early adopters. However, that is no longer the case and has not been for some time. And if you look at the data for recent years, it's evident that this tax credit is being used to help Hawaii's low and moderate income families. It's evident if you look at the zip codes in which permits are pulled. It's evident if you look at how many of the permits pulled are accessing financing via the GEMS program. It's evident if you look at how many of those applications are for solar leases for homesteaders and families living in low-income census tracts. And it's evident if you look at the amount of this credit claimed by corporations versus individuals, because those claims by corporations represent systems financed through lease agreements with solar companies, which are typically used by those who cannot afford to buy their systems outright and claim the credit directly. Eliminating this credit hurts our low and moderate income homeowners the most. Further, these tax credits are a net benefit to the state. They generate tax revenue and create jobs, and unlike some other tax credits, the benefits from the Renewable Energy Technologies Income Tax Credit remain in our local economy. They are also helping us to achieve our renewable energy goals, which reduce costs for ratepayers and make Hawaii more resilient and self-reliant. And this is a step backwards at a time when we need to be pushing forward and doubling down on building out distributed energy resources, which was affirmed in the governor's executive order signed in January to promote and expedite the development of renewable energy. It's not just individual homeowners that are affected. Although utility scale projects have not had nor needed this tax credit since 2019, smaller scale projects like community solar projects will be affected. Community solar projects are specifically designed to benefit low and moderate income demographics, renters, and condo dwellers, and these projects take years to permit and bring online, and making these tax credits a moving target by passing this bill today will likely derail projects in progress, another setback for energy equity, our economy, grid reliability, and our energy goals. The proponents of this measure claim it's just intended to be an opportunity to study the situation and that it won't have real impacts because we have time to come back and change the sunset date if we change our minds. But I say that is not a responsible approach to policymaking. And if what is intended in a study, then just pass a bill for a study. My focus has been on the renewable energy tax credit, but each tax credit is unique and should be considered separately with input from stakeholders and subject matter experts. Let's have those conversations and include those impacted. Let's look at the data. Let's make sure we understand the implications of our actions. So we have to remember that the things that we do here are real. This isn't a game. There are real people on the other end of these bills that we pass. There are projects in progress. There are energy developers already struggling with a less than ideal climate for doing business here, for whom this creates even more uncertainty and could discourage them from wanting to do business in the state at all. There are local businesses with employees who will lose their jobs. And for an industry that is already in the middle of figuring out how they will be impacted by tariffs imposed from the federal government, these poorly considered actions by the legislature will add fuel to the fire at the worst possible time. And I believe that passing this measure today will be a disservice to our state and its citizens, and I don't believe that its impacts have been adequately considered or accounted for, and for that reason I'm voting no. And permission to insert comments in the journal.
So ordered. Representative Peruso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In opposition, and I'd like to have the words of the chair of EEP entered into the journal as if they were my own.
So ordered. Representative Martin.
Thank you. With reservations, and I'd like to adopt the words of the EEP chair.
So ordered. Representative Yamashita.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In support.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. House Bill 796 balances support of economic development with fiscal responsibility. This bill requires that income tax credits placed in place as of December 31st, 2025 include a 5-year sunset provision or begin phase out, reducing by 1/3 after year 6. Social credits like EITC, food excise tax credits, and renter credits, which support our most vulnerable population, are not affected by this bill. The long-term goal of the approach is to allow the legislature time to thoroughly review economic credits. Many of these tax credits were initiated and intended to jumpstart a specific industry. As a responsible legislator, it is our duty to regularly assess whether these tax incentives are still delivering value to the state and residents of Hawaii. This bill gives the legislature the tools to review each credit's purpose, measure its effectiveness, and determine whether to extend, revise, or retire. We must consider whether this revenue the state is giving up will create jobs and economic activity, and in the end, increase revenue needed to support government services. Are these tax credits delivering meaningful long-term benefit for the state and its residents? Or is it time to reevaluate the effectiveness and return on investment? Publicly available data has shown that we are giving away $1.26 billion in renewable energy technology credits over the past 19 years. That's about $66.7 million per year. Meanwhile, in over 29 years, we provided for food excise credits statewide $647.2 million, or only $22.3 million per year. That's $1.2 billion versus $647 billion. That's 19 years versus 29 years. Annually, we invest 3 times more in subsidizing the energy industry than we do our most vulnerable communities. A gap that raises some serious questions about our priorities. Unlike many other credits, the renewable energy credit has no cap or controls. It can be taken multiple times. So this credit from 2003, there are people now that are changing out their first system and putting in another one. So on the same home, we're doing it and again. It also projected to cost the state in 2027, remember I said earlier 67 million. In 2027, it's going to cost us about 115 million. And this will only increase thereafter. Credits are credits like renewable energy credits causing market distortion, right? Are we allowing competition? Or are we subsidizing and then there is no competition? That is difficult to determine, but it is a start with asking the question and finding out effective ways to obtain the answer. This is the primary goal of the objective outlined in HCR 183, requesting the Department of Taxation and UHERO in collaboration to develop data-driven analysis and impact of tax policies and economic development, migration patterns, and other factors affecting public policy. In an ideal world, having a clean slate that would allow economists to more holistically model the impacts of overall tax policy choices, including tax credits, and impact on the economy and market behavior. At the end of the day, tax credits are just another form of expenditure, just like appropriations in the budget. However, there is one critical difference, especially in bad times. We look to budget cuts, but rarely do we look at tax expenditure cuts to balance the budget. Both should be treated equally. If we define valuable taxpayer dollars in the budget.
Speaker, I yield my time.
Thank you, Representative Kong.
Thank you. If we are to find valuable taxpayer dollars in the budget are not being used to deliver services that we expect, we must cut the budget. Tax credits, more appropriately called tax expenditures, should face the same scrutiny. This bill reflects our commitment to being fiscally responsible and ensure long-term fiscal stability for the future of our state. And I ask for the support of this bill.
Representative Kila.
Madam Speaker, reservations, and may I please adopt the words of the Finance Chair as if they were my own?
So ordered.
And then may I please adopt excerpts of the Environmental Energy Protection Chair around the topic of low-to-income, moderate families being affected, GEMS families being protected, and homesteaders, please.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Representative Lowen, second time.
Just in support and brief comment. I just want to point out that tax credits are in support. In opposition, I'm sorry. It's been a long day. In opposition, brief comment. Thank you. Tax credits, to view tax credits as just a simple outflow is not an approach that would be taken by any economist. Tax credits are investments that generate economic activity that provide tax revenues to the state. And all I'm saying is that there needs to be time to understand the impacts, as has been, said already by the finance chair, I think, prior to us taking this broad sweeping action without understanding those impacts. So a conversation around these tax credits is certainly something that we should all be willing to have as legislators. But I just think that the actions that we're being asked to take today are a little bit rash.
Representative Bellotti, second time.
Thank you. In support, second time with in opposition.
Please proceed in opposition.
May I have the words of the chair of Energy and Environmental Protection both times entered into the journal as if they were my own?
So ordered.
I just want to echo the comment that yes, there's the outflows, but what are the economic benefits? And in looking at the last report from the Department of Taxation on tax credits, I just want to hone in on the capital goods excise tax credit, which is a tax credit that is supported greatly by the Tax Foundation of Hawaii, an organization that I normally don't see eye to eye with. This tax credit in 2022 was claimed on 4,324 tax returns. That represents likely 4,324 small businesses, potentially. Businesses in our community that needed and relied upon this tax credit to make their bottom line meet. So it's for these reasons, the economic benefits, not simply just the money that we forego, it's the economic benefits, the jobs generated, the businesses supported, the families supported, the people supported, that this rash action of automatically sunsetting all of these tax credits is not wise. We have a mechanism in place to do the study. Let's do the study. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition and ask that the words of both chairs for PBS and EEP, for both of their time speaking, be entered into the record as if it were my own. And I just want to share a brief comment.
So ordered. Please proceed.
Initially, before hearing all the arguments, I thought I would be voting in support with reservations. I really appreciated the Chair of Finance, because I believe when it was on third reading, I did stand up and say, hey, wait a minute, what about these tax credits for low-income families? And so I really appreciated that those modifications were made, so I'm really grateful for that. But in hearing how the further impacts on business development and investments, and specifically around renewable energy, it convinced me to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Representative Souza, second time.
Second time. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Still in opposition. And I would like the words of the chair of EEP both times to be entered into the record as my own. And in addition to the first time, I would like the second time that the representative from Makiki stood up and spoke, those comments inserted into the record as my own as well. Thank you.
So ordered. Representative Hussey.
Thank you. With reservations, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to please have the first comments from the representative from Makiki as well as the representative from Kona inserted into the journal as my own, with a request for me to also add additional written comments.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Okay, members, we're at the top of page 55, report number 246. Report number 247. Oh, on 246, Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition. This is relating to tax liens. I looked at the testimony submitted by DOTAX, where they basically say that, hey, there are people still willing to resolve the lien because they want clear title, meaning they're willing to hand over money that they do owe, even though the statute of limitations has gone by, they still see a benefit in having clear title. So given the economic hardships that we'll be facing under the current federal administration, I think we can't leave any money on the table. Furthermore, a lot of these properties are owned by the wealthiest families. And they could write out any waiting game. They could write out any statute of limitations to allow any tax lien to expire. And I don't think that's fair. Thank you.
Report number 247. Report number 249. Representative Matayoshi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to declare a conflict.
Please proceed.
My employer represents a defendant in the litigation in the underlying measure. Actually, I asked to be walled off when that first happened, and they walled me off so well that I kind of slipped my mind. I would like to be recused from this measure.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Report number 251. Okay, members, we're at the top of page 56. Report number 253. Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
Many believe we have thus far done a very poor job regulating hemp production and processing. One second. I apologize. The Hawaii Hemp Task Force submitted a report just last year identifying regulatory flux and excessive regulation as factors that have stymied investments and made Hawaii hemp farmers non-competitive in the national market, which is disappointing given our soil, climate, and optimal growth conditions. This bill ostensibly regulates consumer products made with hemp grown as authorized by the federal 2018 Farm Bill. These products are still arguably legal under current federal law, and we do need sensible and comprehensive regulation of cannabis and cannabis products. Until we are ready as a body to do so, we should not be pushing for punitive policies that center prohibition, increase criminalization, and add more regulation to a hemp sector that is already struggling.
Report number 255. Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to HB 302 CD1. This bill allows the Department of Health civil servant to inspect a patient's confidential medical records held by a physician, advanced practice registered nurse, or hospice provider who certified them as qualifying as a medical cannabis patient. This is unprecedented given the degree of respect our state has previously demonstrated for patient-doctor privileges and how often the state defers to the expertise of physicians and healthcare providers. The medical cannabis community has expressed its opposition to this breach of confidentiality, especially since it is authorized without any suspicion of wrongdoing and without a warrant. This will further deter already low patient and provider participation.
Representative Bellotti.
Thank you. In opposition, brief comments.
Please proceed.
For the same reasons identified by the Representative Kaka'ako, I have deep concerns about the authorizing of essentially administrative staff to be able to look into patients' private records. It's much like what the federal government is allowing DOJ employees to do with IRS tax records. So this is a very big step that I think we should not cross, and for those reasons, I'm in opposition to House Bill 302, Conference Draft 1. Thank you.
Members, moving next to Conference Committee Report number 256. Report number 257. Representative Chun.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support.
Please proceed.
First, I know it's been a long afternoon, so thanks for bearing with me since this is one of the last bills. But first, I would like to thank the House and Senate chairs on higher education for crafting this measure before us today. I appreciate the time and effort it took to come up with something that can move cancer research forward. For that, I want to extend my deepest gratitude. Throughout my time in the legislature as a staff member and as an advocate, and now as a member of this body, I've always been reminded that I should never let the pursuit of perfection or perfect get in the way of good. So, members, this measure is by no means perfect, as it will still require further work in the future. What this bill is, however, is a good start to stabilize the University of Hawaii Cancer Center so that they continue their critical research. Research, Madam Speaker, that can only be done here at the University of Hawaii Cancer Center, which really makes it our cancer center. We have a unique population, Madam Speaker, one that cannot easily be replicated anywhere else in the country or even the world. While national data on cancer rates classify many ethnicities and racial groups into the Asian and Pacific Islander category, our cancer center conducts research so that we can continue to look at the Asian American and Pacific Islander category and disaggregate that data so that we can really look at Native Hawaiians, Japanese, Chinese, and Filipinos, and look at data about our people, for our people, so that we continue to look at interventions and address the cancer disparities we face. The best way to beat cancer, Madam Speaker, is to prevent or detect it early when treatments are the most effective. That is why the research done at our cancer center is so critical, so we can begin to address cancer rates within our unique populations and do everything we can to save more lives. Research on health disparities, genetic predispositions to cancer, screening modalities, and clinical trials are all being done right here because of our cancer center. The work must continue. I would like to close, Madam Speaker and colleagues, by recognizing an advocate for our cancer center, Susan Hirano. I first met Susan through the Cancer Center's Patient Advocacy Council, where Susan and I were both volunteer members. Susan believed in our Cancer Center's mission and came to the legislature this session to testify on bills affecting cancer patients, including this measure. And she did all this while facing stage 4 metastatic breast cancer. The physical and emotional toll of cancer is real, but sharing her voice to make sure that others could benefit from the breakthrough research became her mission. Unfortunately, Susan's cancer journey ended recently, and she is no longer with us. While Susan could have spent her last days with her family, her friends, and recovering from cancer treatments, she was right here at the Capitol, in front of all of us in committee hearings, advocating for this bill. So I'm also standing here today for Susan, who would be up there in the gallery, continuing to support this measure if she were still with us. Mahalo, Madam Speaker and colleagues, and I urge you to support this measure.
Members, any further discussion? Representative Garrett.
In strong support, and if I could just adopt the words of the prior speaker, please, as if they were my own. Thank you.
So ordered. Representative Lachika.
Same request.
So ordered. Representative Miyake.
Same request.
So ordered. Representative Kahaloa.
Same request.
So ordered. Representative Capella.
Same request.
So ordered. Representative Iwamoto.
Same request.
So ordered. Representative Amato.
Same request, brief comment.
Please proceed.
So I had the opportunity to meet Susan. What an incredibly remarkable woman. She was clearly struggling, yet she really just gave all of her time and energy in her final days to really see this measure through. So thank you, Corey, for your work on this. Thank you, Chair of Higher Ed, and all the members. Thank you for your support on this measure. Susan was a remarkable woman. It's an honor to vote in support of this for her and her memory. Thank you.
Representative Lee.
Same request.
So ordered. Representative Keela.
Mahalo, Madam Speaker. In support,
please proceed.
May I please adopt the words of the representative from Pearl City, Waikele, as if they were my own.
So
and I'd like
ordered.
to continue to extend the gratitude to both the Health Chair and the Higher Education Chair for making cancer research in the UH Cancer Center a priority this session, and the Finance Chair as well. Thank you.
Representative Moroka.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, in strong support, and can I have the words from the rep from Nanakuli as they were my own.
So ordered. Representative Akos.
In support. Thank you.
Representative Souza.
In support, and same request as the previous speakers. Thanks.
So ordered. Representative Hussey.
Same request. Thank you.
So ordered. Seeing no further discussion, for the vote, Representative Morikawa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the measures before us, all majority members vote aye, with the exception of the following. On page 48, CCR number 208, HB number 235, HD1, SD1, CD1, Rep. Amato votes no. On page 49, CCR number 214, HB number 1231, HD1, SD1, CD1, Rep. Kong votes no. On page 50, CCR number 218, SB number 825, SD2, HD2, CD1, following vote no. Kush Lee. For CCR number 219, SB number 897, SD3, HD2, CD1, the following vote no. Amato, Garrett, Ilagan, Lachika, Matayoshi, Poi Poi, Tam, Templo. On page 51, CCR number 227, HB number 969, HD2, SD2, CD1, the following vote no. Keela, Lee, Martin. On page 53, CCR number 237, HB number 830, HD2, SD2, CD1, following vote no. Iwamoto, Poi Poi. On page 54, CCR number 243, HB number 794, HD1, SD1, CD1, Rep. Iwamoto votes no. For CCR number 245, HB number 796, HD1, SD1, CD1, the following vote no. Amato, Beladi, Evslin, Garrett, Grandinetti, Ilagan, Iwamoto, Capella, Kong, Lachika, Lowen, Peruso, Poi Poi, Tam. On page 55, CCR number 246, HB number 1173, HD1, SD1, CD1, Rep. Iwamoto votes no. On page 56, CCR number 253, HB number 1482, HD1, SD3, CD1, Rep. Iwamoto votes no. CCR number 255, HB number 302, HD2, SD2, CD1, the following vote no. Amato, Beladi, Iwamoto, Peruso, Tam. For CCR number 257, HB number 441, HD2, SD2, CD1, Rep. Kong votes no.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the measures before us, all minority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 47, CCR 200, Senate Bill 1396.
Oh, Representative Garcia, we're not doing that one.
CCR 201, SB 1501, SD2, HD1, CD1, Representatives Garcia, Muraoka, Shimizu, and Perrick vote no. CCR 205, SB 1578, SD2, HD1, CD1, Rep. Perrick votes no. Page 48, CCR 208, HB 235, HD1, SD1, CD1, Reps. Alcos, Garcia, Muraoka, and Perrick vote no. CCR 210, HB 1159, HD2, SD1, CD1, Reps. Garcia and Muraoka vote no. Page 49, CCR 214, HB 1231, HD1, SD1, CD1, Reps. Garcia, Perrick, and Souza vote no. CCR 215, HB 958, HD2, SD2, CD1, Reps. Garcia and Perrick vote no. CCR 216, SB 1571, SD2, HD3, CD1, Representatives Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Muraoka, Reyes Oda, and Perrick vote no. CCR 217, SB 1249, SD1, HD2, CD1. Rep. Herrick votes no. Page 50, CCR 218, SB 825, SD2, HD2, CD1. Reps. Alcos, Garcia, Morooka, and Perrick vote no. CCR 219, SB 897, SD3, HD2, CD1. Reps. Garcia and Perrick vote no. CCR 220, HB 427, HD2, SD2, CD1. Reps. Alcos, Garcia, Morooka, Shimizu, and Perrick vote no. Page 51, CCR 223, HB 242, HD1, SD2, CD1. Garcia votes no. CCR 225, HB 750, HD2, SD1, CD1. Reps. Garcia and Perrick vote no. CCR 226, HB 879, HD1, SD1, CD1. Reps. Garcia and Morooka vote no. CCR 227, HB 969, HD2, SD2, CD1. Reps. Alcos, Garcia, Morooka, and Shimizu vote no. CCR 228, HB 1168, HD1, SD1, CD1. Reps. Alcos, Garcia, Morooka, and Perrick vote no. Page 52, CCR 229, HB 736, HD1, SD1, CD1. Reps. Garcia, Morooka, and Perrick vote no. CCR 230, HB 442, HD1, SD1, CD1. Rep. Perrick votes no. CCR 231, HB 126, HD1, SD2, CD1. Reps. Alcos, Garcia, and Morooka vote no. Page 53, CCR 235, HB 422, HD1, SD2, CD1. Rep. Perrick votes no. CCR 236, HB 1298, HD3, SD1, CD1. Reps. Garcia, Morooka, and Perrick vote no. Page 54, CCR 242, HB 1153, HD1, SD2, CD1. Reps. Garcia and Morooka vote no. CCR 244, HB 795, HD1, SD1, CD1. Reps. Garcia and Perrick vote no. CCR 245, HB 796, HD1, SD1, CD1. The Minority Caucus votes no. Page 55, CCR 247, HB 1369, HD1, SD1, CD1. Representatives Alcos, Garcia, Morooka, Shimizu, Reyes Oda, and Perrick vote no. Page 56, CCR 253, HB 1482, HD1, SD3, CD1. Reps. Alcos, Garcia, and Morooka vote no. CCR 256, HB 1462, HD1, SD1, CD1. Rep. Morooka votes no.
Representative Morooka.
HB 795, I'm a no.
Conference Committee Report number 244.
244, yes.
House Bill number 795, no vote for Representative Moroca.
Yes, no. No vote.
Representative Reyes-Oda.
Thank you. One correction to my vote. Page 48, CCR 208, HB 225. No vote.
So ordered. Representative Keela.
Speaker, on Conference Committee Report 212, HB 667, HD1, SD1, CD1, in support with permission to enter written comments into the journal.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Representative Lamosao.
Sorry, for CCR 245, HB 796, HD1, SD1, CD1, I will be voting with reservations.
So ordered. Representative Hussey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could you please change my vote on CCR 245 to a no?
So ordered.
Thank you.
Representative Lachika.
Madam Speaker, on CCR 213, HB 862, HD1, SD1, CD1, permission to insert additional written comments.
So ordered.
Page 48.
So ordered.
Madam Speaker,
Representative Kong.
I never normally do this. On Conference Committee Report 245, HB number 796, HD1, SD1, CD1, I'd like to pull my green vote and vote in support.
So ordered. Members, have all votes been cast? If so, with the exception of the measures attached to Conference Committee Reports numbers 200, 221, and 233, said bills pass final reading. Representative Todd.
Madam Speaker, I move to recommit Conference Committee Report number 85 and the attached proposed conference draft to Conference Committee.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Members, there will be limited debate on the merits of the motion to recommit. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing no discussion, we are going to take a voice vote. Vote aye if you are in favor of the recommittal. Vote no if you are opposed to the recommittal. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion to recommit is carried. Okay, members, please reference your digital action sheets once more. We will be going over House concurrent resolutions, which are after the House bills, so please scroll to the bottom. We will be giving one-day notice for the following measures. These measures will be up for agreement to the Senate amendments and adoption on Friday, May 2nd. House concurrent resolution number 121, Senate draft 1. House concurrent resolution number 130, House draft 1, Senate draft 1. House concurrent resolution number 200, Senate draft 1. House concurrent resolution number 205, Senate draft 1. Okay, members, item number 6, are there any announcements? Recess, subject to the call of the chair. Will the House come to order? Members, seeing no announcements for the motion to adjourn, Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I move that this House stand adjourned until 12 o'clock noon Friday.
Representative Garcia.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion is carried. The House stands adjourned until 12 o'clock noon Friday.